I've been looking into, reasons why Britain's economy has stagnated, and it's not just the economy that's stagnated; it's the entire country that's essentially stagnated. But this is this is essentially a research paper called "Foundations: Why Britain Has Stagnated," and it's economically based. It's based from economic mindset. It's done by three people: Ben Southwood, Samuel Hughes, and Sam Bowman. I recorded this in different stages. I'm actually I'm gonna re-record the first segment, so it's gonna be slightly different from maybe what I say in later sections, because it's pretty long. And there's one thing I want to get out of the way right off the bat is there's 6 sources. I'll scroll down to the bottom here. This is based upon 6 sources, well, main sources, but there's tons of sources actually littered out throughout the entire research paper. The authors want to consider it to be an essay, but it's a research paper, let's be honest, because there's actually several sources cited. The figures are interactive in some cases. It's actually, I like the presentation. I don't agree with all of it, but I believe that this should be gone over because their work is actually not bad. I don't agree with all of it, but I do like the presentation. I do like that they're trying to solve things, and I think that needs to be recognized. And one of the 6 sources, the 6th source on the very bottom, is based upon the work of Anton Howells. It's it links to a PDF file that you can go to if you go to the foundations.co, and I do say it, it's ukfoundations.co. I say foundries at one point, I think, during the reading. I might have actually fixed that. I mean, I had to re-record some of it because I noticed that my audio levels were drastically different in some cases. And this thing is long, and you're going to be bored out of your skull, but that's the price of doing homework. Back to the Anton Howells thing. It's a report called Lessons from the Age of Coal, so you can actually read that, and you can also read the other thing. What I want to go ahead and do is I want to start off on the bullet points here for setting the scene for, the conditions of everything. I don't necessarily agree with the first 2 bullet points, but I'm going to go through all the bullet points first, and then I'll go back to the why I don't like the first 2 bullet points. Setting the scene. Here are some of the facts that set the scene about the state of the British economy. Between 2004 and 2021, before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the industrial price of energy tripled in nominal terms or doubled relative to consumer prices. Bullet point number 2 is, with almost identical population sizes, the UK is under 30 million homes, while France has around 37 million. 800,000 British families have a second home, compared to 3.4 million French families having a second home. Well, I'm adding emphasis there to be to have a little bit more clarity on that second bullet point. But I'll go over why I don't like the second one especially, because I did a video on ONS, and you'll have to bear with me as I go through the rest of these before I come back to it. Per capita, third bullet point. Per capita electricity generation in the UK is just 2/3 of what it is in France. 4,800 kilowatt hours per year in Britain versus 7,300 kilowatts per year in France, and barely over 1/3 of what it is in the United States. 12,672 kilowatt hours per year. We are closer to developing countries like Brazil, South Africa in terms of capacity. We are closer to developing countries like Brazil, South Africa in terms of per capita electricity output than we are to Germany, China, Japan, Sweden, or Canada. Next bullet point, Britain's last nuclear power plant was built between 1987 and 1995. That means your last one was actually finished in 95. The next nuclear power plant is the Hinkley Point C power plant, and that is between 4 and 6 times more costly per megawatt of capacity than South Korean nuclear power plants, and 1/3 and 1/2 the times as expensive as those that Korea's KEPCO has agreed to build in Chechnya. So basically, an outside company from Korea has decided to build, has agreed to build nuclear power plants in Chechnya, and they're doing it for 1.5 times. They're doing it basically for, less than 1.5. So I'd actually have to look at the number. I don't want to look at the number on that. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. No, it's in currency I don't know. It's in like Chechen whatever currency, so it doesn't help me. Anyways, on that, they're basically on 1.5 times. You're basically almost you're paying 50% more than what you could actually get it built for if you actually called in an outside company from South Korea to build it for you, because most likely they know how to mass produce the towers and everything else associated with the plant, because they've got a small area to work with in South Korea, so they've got to get their power generation densely compacted, and so they need the nuclear. They can't use coal or natural gas, LNG power production, really. On to the next point. Tram projects in Britain are 2.5 times more expensive than French projects on a per mile basis. In the last 25 years, France has built 21 trams in different cities, including cities with populations of just 150,000, equivalent to Lincoln or Carlisle. Keep that in mind. Leeds does not even have that, and they had a thing approved way back. It'll be covered later. Let me finish the bullet point. The UK has still not managed to build a tram in Leeds, the largest city in Europe The UK has still not managed to build a tram in Leeds, the largest city in the UK, I would argue, without mass transit, with a population of nearly 800,000. That's just the core of the city. The greater area is over 1 million, from what they said later what they actually say in the tram section of this report, or of this research paper. I may call it an essay or a report because the authors themselves call it an essay. I believe this thing's a research paper. Next bullet point. At £396 million, each mile of HS2 will cost more than 4 times more than each mile of the Naples to Bury high speed line. It will be more than 8 times more expensive per mile than France's high-speed link between Tours and Bordeaux. Think about that. They have a high-speed line between Tours and Bordeaux, and you can't even build, anything for remotely the same cost. Mostly because you gotta do your environmental studies on a blade of grass, right? The next bullet point. Britain has not built a new reservoir since 1992. Since then, Britain's population has grown by 10 million. You haven't expanded your water infrastructure. That is the dumbest thing in the world. You're surrounded by water, and you don't have tanks to hold water. Let me just keep going. And this was also recorded before the Heathrow airport incident. But this section here that I'm re-recording at the beginning, this is recorded after the Heathrow airport infrastructure incident, because airports, like data centers, do not have power limits. And that's why that substation likely blew, is because they were sucking too much power and they couldn't keep it cool enough. And so it finally heated up to the point where something had to give. Despite huge and rising demand, Heathrow's annual flight numbers have been almost completely flat since 2000. Annual passenger numbers have risen by 10 million because planes have become larger, but this still compares poorly to 22 million added at Amsterdam's Schnitzelpool airport. However you say that, I'm not getting that. I'm not even going to get in that same ballpark on that. And the 15 million added at Paris's Charles de Gaulle Airport. The right to take off and land at Heathrow once per week is worth tens of millions of pounds. The final bullet point for setting the scene here is the planning documentation for the Lower Thames crossing. A proposed tunnel under the Thames connecting Kent and Essex runs 360,000 pages. Gotta burn them trees down, right? Gotta chop them down, get more pulp and get more paper. Hopefully they didn't print that multiple times. Let me redo the bullet point there. The planning documentation for the Lower Thames crossing, a proposed tunnel under the Thames connecting Kent and Essex, runs 360,000 pages, and the application process alone has costed £297 million. That is more than twice as much as it costs in Norway to actually build the longest road tunnel in the world. Now here's why I have an issue with the first two bullet points. The first two bullet points is completely ignoring the fact that the first one is completely ignoring the fact that we had the war on terror going. The U.S. didn't invade Iraq, in which Britain came along with us, until 2003. So energy prices went up because, there was kind of a war going on. Some of you are not old enough to remember that, but there was a war going on, and that's the bigger factor than, Ukraine's invasion or Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because the first invasion of Ukraine happened in the Crimean Peninsula in 2014. So keep that in mind. And then the later invasion happened under Biden. Didn't happen under Trump. So keep that in mind as well. My problem with the second bullet point is My problem with the second bullet point is ONS, the Office of Statistics, has data collection problems. If you watch my video about, that I made early in March about, it being primed for being a candidate for being the Doge candidate for institutions being shut down in the UK, because I was looking at some spreadsheets, right, going over, who was actually in the country and what their nationalities were and where they were born. Well, at the end of 2019, you will see 14 columns that are completely missing data, and they've changed their data collection processes, and they've resulted in weighted averages, and they're manually entering in a lot of the data into the spreadsheets. So you can't even rely on most of it. You don't have really any idea where they're getting their data from, because they're not being clear on that. So I want you to take a look at my video. I will try to put a card up, but I will also, at the end of this big old thing that I read, I will put the ONS thing in the end screen so you can watch it. So you can go to the end screen so you don't have to go hunting for it. Because I made that thing almost a month ago by the time this thing gets posted. It's ridiculous. So you need to take a good look at that. Now I'm going to go back and read this first section here. These are not just disconnected observations. They highlight the most important economic fact about modern Britain, that it is difficult to build almost anything, anywhere. This prevents investment, increasing energy costs, and making it harder for productive economic clusters to expand. This, in turn, lowers our productivity, incomes, and tax revenues. Everyone reading this will already be aware of the country's present economic sclerosis. Real wage growth has been flat for 16 years. Average weekly wages are only 0.8% higher today than their previous peak in 2008 and 2008. I like to say 2008 for the O's. Annual real wages are 6.9% lower for the median full-time worker today than they were in 2008. This essay, which I argue is a research paper, argues that Britain's economic stagnation for a fundamentally simple reason, because it has banned the investment in housing, transport, energy it most vitally needs. It's not banned, it's just difficult. Britain has denied its economic foundation it needs to grow on. Britain has denied the foundations it needs to grow on. And continuing on here, from 2010 to the summer of 2024, Britain was run by conservative-led or conservative governments. The Conservatives are the traditional party of business. In the 1930s and 80s, they pushed through reform programs that successfully renewed Britain's economy. Virtually any conservative minister from the past 14 years would speak warmly about the heritage if asked, and would express the hope of being its inheritor. And yet, with honorable exceptions, the government of the last 14 years failed in this vocation. Failing systems remained unreformed, continuing to stifle Britain's prosperity. Today's Britain is ruled by a Labour government that recognizes this failure to build, which has articulated high ambitions for changing this. But it remains doubtful that they will be any better at delivering on those ambitions than the Conservatives were. Well, they won't be, because they're more interested in bringing in boats, because they haven't stopped the boats. What they're doing, Hitler used trains to get rid of the Jews, right? Well, British Hitler is using boats and vehicles and trains to bring in non-English speaking people that will vote for him, keep him in power indefinitely, and push out the British people that don't like him. He's not interested in improving the British way of life. He wants to, in fact, shut down pubs. He doesn't want any alcohol. You gotta remember that. Some people are not talking about that, and they should be talking about that. Constitutionally, British governments have immense power. How has a series of governments with both will and the means to deliver systemic reform failed to do so? How can it be that the overwhelming experience reported by former ministers and advisors is one of disempowerment, of the blob operating beyond the control How can it be that this overwhelming experience reported by former ministers and advisors is one of disempowerment, of the blob operating beyond their control, of pulling levers and nothing happening, of a vast dysfunctional machine slowly disintegrating on autopilot? Well, that's a question. It's not a question. It's actually designed. They're trying to crush what Britain has been in its history and who it is now, so they can replace it with a bunch of uneducated knuckle draggers from the Stone Age that, just want to do whatever with women and have 20 babies in their lifetime, and basically that would be, slave labor. They could get rid of minimum wage because, if they didn't pray 20 times a day, they wouldn't have a problem. I mean, there's the one guy that, what is it? I should post a thing about that. There's the one guy that's preaching all sorts of things. You could do all these crimes, but as long as you prayed in the eyes of Allah, you're fine. That's what they think, and that's a problem. And this is why I'm reading this thing. I want Britons to be aware of what the hell is going on with their country, and the stagnation is there because it's ingrained. It's ingrained deep, and needs to be dug out. I'm going to continue on. We believe that Britain's political elite has failed because they do not understand the problems they are facing. No system can be fixed by people who do not know why it is broken. Like the elites of Austria-Hungary, the Qin dynasty, China, or the Polish Commonwealth, they tinker and effectively mesmerized by the uncomprehended disaster rising up before them. As I said earlier, it's all but a design. They're doing it on purpose. If any government, conservative or labor, wishes to use its powers to improve the country, it needs to understand which of Britain's institutions have failed and why they have done so. Only then can they begin to develop a systemic program of reform that will restore Britain's economy to strength and its society to vitality. The alternative is continued drift, relative decline, political disenchantment, and a nation unable to meet the great challenges of our time. This essay is the first attempt at offering such a diagnosis. See, he's off base. He's assuming that they want to actually improve things, that they're not doing things by design. I'm going to say he in the singular form, even though it was written by 3 guys, so just bear with that, because it sounds like it's been written by one person, even though 3 people were involved. I'm sure, research, the level amount of research that went into it. Somebody had to do research, somebody was writing, somebody was doing other stuff, getting the web page, because the little effect on the text is kind of nice. So maybe that's what the 3rd person did, right? On to the next section. Falling behind. Britain is a country of immense achievement. For the most of modern history, its people were the richest, healthiest, and best educated in the world. Its housing stock, its infrastructure was far more advanced than those of any of its rivals. It led to the scientific and industrial revolutions. Its institutions were almost uniquely liberal. Though British history contains its share of missteps and tragedies, there's probably nowhere else on earth that matches the achievement since the mid-18th century relative to its size and endowments. See, that's a little bit of British pride. I don't have a problem if you guys having British pride, because that's what you need. I am an American firster, so, I understand it. You guys need to get off the defeatism, the mopiness, we can't do anything behavior. What you need to do is you need to start paying attention to the candidates. Every single candidate needs to be vetted. They need to be put in office as long as they're putting Britons first, they're putting the people first, they're putting your women first. They're not letting rapes happen, they're not letting violence happen. I mean, how many murders do you have a year now? It's ridiculous. And honestly, you can get rid of all the people that have been here that don't follow British common law, that follow Sharia law. You can get rid of all those people. You have over 50 Sharia courts in your country. Keep that in mind. Well, another rant of mine. Yippee. Let me continue on here. Many of these underlying strengths remain. The British people value debate and heterodoxy. They respect science, law, and institutions. In hours of crisis, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they display unity and good sense. However inefficient and dysfunctional they may be, Britain's institutions are strikingly incorruptible. One of the scandals of the decade is the alleged embezzlement of a camperman, an offense that would surely bring a contemptuous smile to the lips of a Putin or Berlusconi. I don't know who that last guy is. Is that Italian? that statement is wrong. They are absolutely corruptible. I mean, look at Rachel Reeves. See, I think this was written before Rachel Reeves did any of her freaking antics. She doesn't give a crap about things. She's just going to rearrange the deck chairs and hope you're not paying attention, because that's what she's trying to do. Continuing on. Despite these strengths, Britain is falling behind the developed world in economic dynamicism. It has led the world in the 19th century, then Europe during the first half of the 20th century, but it lost its leadership after the Second War. Since 2008, it has clearly underperforming. Since 2008, it has been clearly underperforming most of the developed world, even some of its more heavily taxed and regulated continental neighbors. So that's the thing. Are you British or are you European? I like to think of people in the United Kingdom being British, Scottish, and Irish. And I honestly think that the larger part of Ireland should be part of the UK, but that's a whole other thing. But my question is back to the European and the British thing. Yes, you're connected to Europe via a stupid tunnel, but you're an island. You're a kingdom that's a set of islands. Basically, if it wasn't for the British Empire, the United States would not exist. And the thing is, you're more closely related to the United States, Canada, and Australia than you are to France or Germany or Poland and some of the other. You share Christian values in a lot of sense, but you're letting that get eroded. Especially, I mean, France has no-go zones that they don't want to talk about, and Germany has no-go zones. I mean, the stuff that's happening in Germany and France is happening in the UK, but the difference in the UK is your government is purposely trying to hide it's happening. But back to the question, are you European or are you British? Do you talk English or do you talk French? Do you talk German or do you talk English? Are you European or are you British? I mean, I don't see them as interchangeable personally. So somebody needs to explain that to me at some point, please. Because I don't see you guys as European, and I don't like it when you guys refer to yourselves as European. Because you guys really are not. You know, giving France a bunch of money and them sending over boats full of migrants and instead of sending those boats home from France, see, that's what you should do. Instead of sending them back to the African countries, you just send them all back into France. You're already paying them money, so you tell France, oh, why don't you deport them? That's what you should do. How about that? Continuing on. Most popular explanations for this are misguided. The Labour Manifesto blames slow British growth on the lack of strategy from the government, by which it means not enough targeted investment, winner picking, and too much inequality. Some economists say that the UK's economic model for private capital ownership is flawed, and that limits on state capital expenditure are a fundamental problem. I would argue that safe expenditures, since there's many expenditures that are capital. They also point to more state spending as the solution, but ignore this investment. But ignore that this. They also point. They also point to more state. They also point to more state spending as the solution, but ignore that this investment would face the same barriers and high costs that existing infrastructure would face. That deters private investment. Others believe that our aging society means permanent lower growth and higher taxes. Dietrich Vollrath's book, Fully Grown, Why a Stagnant Economy is a Sign of Success, says that slower growth is an inevitable part of becoming services driven and the birth rates declining. I don't like the way that is in parentheses. Another school of thought sees Britain's 2010s performance as one thing after another, with slow recovery from the financial crisis followed by Brexit, followed by COVID. But all of these explanations take the biggest obstacles to growth for granted. Our economy is growing for but all of these explanations take the biggest obstacles to growth for granted. Our economy isn't growing for the same reason that no more planes take off or land at Heathrow today than they did 20 years ago. At some point, it becomes impossible to grow when investment is banned. Again, the investment's not banned, it's just really difficult. He's going to use banned a lot, so be careful. It's going to get out of hand. Over the past 2 decades, Britain's economy has needed a huge quantity of new housing, transport infrastructure, and energy supply. Its post-war institutions have manifestly failed to deliver these. Britain is now a place in which it is far too hard to build houses and infrastructure, and where energy is too expensive. This has meant that our productive industries have been starved of the resources, investment, talent, and economic foundations that they need to grow. Well, I agree with that whole paragraph right there. The UK faces challenges besides these. Our healthcare and higher education systems are so broken that politicians elected on a clear mandate to cut migration instead let it rise to unprecedented levels to keep them afloat. Crime, though it has been falling for years, is substantially higher than it was pre-Second World War Britain. Despite it is crime, though, has been falling for years. It is substantially higher than it was pre-Second World War Britain, despite a far older population. That's because the illegals you're bringing in that are really not counted are causing most of the crime, especially the rape crime against the women, and it's ridiculous. But the other thing is they're also killing the boys. So what's happening? The boys can't defend the girls because they're getting stabbed to death. And then there's a high rate of, people having to carry the blades because everybody else is carrying blades. Well, this is what happens when you banned the guns in 97, the larger caliber guns. You got a bunch of knife crime. It didn't reduce the amount of crime. It just changed the crime. You're more likely to die from the knife wounds than you are from a single gunshot. Keep that in mind. Anyways, end of my rant on that. It is also significantly higher in many cases in many other European countries, including the Netherlands, Spain, Austria, Switzerland, Norway, and Italy. Childcare is so expensive that many families have fewer children and later in life than they would like. Our tax system is riddled with distortions and perverse incentives. There is no consensus about what our higher education system is supposed to do, who should benefit from it, and who should pay. Our political institutions are sclerotic, and at best, many are unable to perform their basic functions. At worst, they are a huge barrier to innovation and effective governance. Insert rant here. But all of these challenges do not explain why a huge economic gap opened up between us and other countries. Since problems in immigration, crime, but these challenges do not explain why a huge economic growth. These challenges do not explain why a huge economic gap opened up between us and other leading economies. Since problems in migration, crime, childcare, tax, and political institutions are also found in exactly the countries that have pulled away from Britain economically since 2008, nor can austerity or the hangover from the financial crisis explain Britain's malaise or its planned obsolescence. They're doing this on purpose. The financial crisis was at least as turbulent in the United States here as austerity was at least as tough across Europe, and which is also austerity was at least as tough across Europe, which also has had to fend off with the Euro crisis. Again, are you European or are you British? The thing is the institutions are doing it on purpose. That's why it's happening. How do you get a complacent population? You make them afraid to go outside. You make them afraid to vote against the government. You make them afraid to speak out. You put them in jail. That's what you do. And that's what they're doing. That's why British Hitler has his name of British Hitler. And that's why, if you notice, some of my things say British Hitler, because he's doing exactly what Hitler's doing. He's just doing it in a different way. Instead of getting rid of the Jews, he's getting rid of the British people. Think about that. The Irish, same thing happening there. It's the exact same thing. Keep that in mind. Continuing on. The Office of Budget Responsibility estimate of the impact of Brexit said it will knock off 4% of long-run UK productivity. This would be very painful, but still only a small fraction of the growth we have missed over the past 15 years. It also does not factor in positive effect of avoiding destructive regulations like the EU Artificial Intelligence Act and Digital Markets Act. Well, I recall you guys voting to get out of Brexit. But, Nigel didn't want to do the hard work, and Ben Habib talked about that. If you need me to put up a video on that, I could do that too. Britain's startling underperformance more recently is explained by the more basic factors this document focuses on: preventing investment into housing, infrastructure, and energy supply. Prosperity is intrinsically important. It gives people security and dignity, leisure and comfort, opportunity and economic freedom. It gives us freedom to pursue our other national goals, caring for older and less fortunate members of society, upholding a law-governed international order, preserving and enhancing our landscapes and townscapes, and leading the way in world-changing scientific research. Oh, I don't know what you're doing lately in scientific research. If you know what you're doing that's actually advancing things other than copying stuff that the U.S. has done or working alongside the U.S. Because we like to work with you guys, so I have no problem. I would actually like to see us succeed in taking over Greenland, because then it would make it easier to get between the U.S. and Britain, honestly, and the U.K. Because we basically have a jump-off point. We could turn Greenland into a big giant supply station or a waypoint between the mainland of the United States and the United Kingdom. Because you guys need help. You guys need help badly, and you don't have free speech anymore, and it's really heartbreaking. And I would like to see that change, and I would like to do what I could to actually make that happen, or be a part of making that happen. Add my voice to things, and see if that helps. Hopefully it does. In the last paragraph of this section, but there is even more important at stake here than that. We have noted above enduring strengths of British social settlement, responsibility, autonomy, love for debate, and respect for the individual. Economic failure saps confidence in these things. It begins discrepancy, resentment, defeatism, division, and bitterness. It turns win-win relationships into zero-sum ones. I would argue it's turning them into negative ones, where someone else must fail for you to succeed. Economic reform is not only the key to prosperity, it is the key to preserving and amplifying what is valuable about our society itself. A short history of British productivity. Britain's biggest problem is low productivity, and that is the value of the goods and services people produce per hour as they work. Before the pandemic, Americans were 30% richer than us in terms of GDP per capita for purchasing power, and 17% more productive per hour. Purchasing power parity attempts to account for the differences in purchasing power between countries rather than just exchange rates. The gap has only widened since then. Productivity growth between 2019 and 2023 was 7.6% in the United States and 1.5% in Britain. This is not a general Western European problem either. The French and German are 15% and 18% more productive than us respectively. Well, they've kind of streamlined the way they run things, but that's another problem is you've got a government plus a shadow government. And I never even heard of that crap until recently. I wasn't paying attention too closely until I decided to do some research on a character I was going to write about. And I wanted to make them a staffer. And that's too much bureaucracy. I can't even follow some of that stuff. How much it is like bogged down in BS. And things are only going to get worse. Historically, this is exceptional. For most of modern history, Britain has been more productive than its peers. When it has started to fall behind, it has successfully reformed itself to regain its advantage. Between the mid-18th century and the late 19th century, Britain was the world's leading economy. Though it was overtaken by the United States by the beginning of the 20th century, it remains Europe's leading economy until early 1950s, with the continent's highest productivity and living standards, and its most advanced firms. Now, what? I read that wrong. Hang on. Though it was overtaken by the United States by the beginning of the 20th century, it remained Europe's leading economy until the early 1950s, with the continent's highest productivity and living standards and its most advanced innovating firms. As you can see the graph here, the United Kingdom is actually, it starts at 1773 because, the United States really doesn't have any numbers before then. And you can see how, about the actual switch happened around the 1900. That's when the switch started to happen. And after then, it's just, and this thing goes until about 1940 or so. And it shows the United Kingdom falling behind the United States, but still ahead of France and Germany. But the problem with that is Germany was building a war machine around that time. So I don't know about using those numbers as trying to prove a point there. The output per capita current prices, 1773 and 1940, that's what that chart was. And then, but the reforms of the late 1940s, largely under Clement Attlee's government, caused Britain to grow more slowly than any other European country, and the U.S. until the mid-1980s. Britain was overtaken by Germany, France, and the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Italy, and Switzerland. So that's another thing. Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s was able to grow the economy because she didn't have to deal with the massive immigration. I'm sure they'll get to that part. And this graph shows the output capita current prices from 1947 to 1980. And it's the post-war era. And you can see the United Kingdom was around 47 in second place. And then it moved into fourth place by 1980. Okay, let's continue. Privatization, tax cuts, and the curbing of union power fixed important swaths of the UK economy. Crucially, they tackled chronic underinvestment in sectors that had been neglected under state ownership. Political incentives under state ownership encouraged underfunding, and where the Treasury did not put money in, intended to go on operational expenditures, i.e. unionizing workers' wages rather than capital investments. This problem has immediately re-emerged as the Department of Transport has begun to nationalize various franchises in which it promises to do all of them. So I have to look at what the actual citing is that. I haven't actually read one. The second one's The Guardian. First one is capex.co. Not familiar with that one. All right, let me continue. Between 1980 and 2008, Britain returned to its position as one of Europe's most successful large economies. For the most part, Tony Blair's government were able to sustain these advances, and 2005, Britain's GDP per capita was just 2.8% behind Germany's in purchasing power parity terms, and fully 20% higher in US dollar terms, according to the World Bank. Penn's World Tables, the other major source, have the UK overtaking Germany on GDP per capita in the mid-2000s. See, even though Blair let the rape gangs go crazy, I hope this doesn't get flagged for that, they had good economy back then. But, they were important to people, and it was starting to screw things up. You gotta kick those people out. I'm not joking. Sharia law has no place in Britain, and they're not going to coexist. They never coexist. There's no such things as a moderate, as a moderate Muslim. They don't exist because they don't read the Quran, and both of the two major factions of Islam will actually get rid of the non-believers, they call them. Because those are the first ones they get rid of, because they don't tolerate that kind of stuff. Let me continue. Britain's relative success during this period is clearest when compared to other major economies. The chart below shows GDP per capita in France, Germany, Italy, and the UK as a percentage of US GDP per capita. It shows Britain, after decades of relative stagnation, beginning to converge on the United States and overtake other European countries from the early 1980s. Britain's change of fortune under Thatcher and continued improvement under Blair is clear. So you just need to find a way to clone Margaret Thatcher and put her back in power. That's what you need to do. Other than that, you can make a Margaret Thatcher clone and have her be Queen of England, because your king is not getting rid of British Hitler. He's gonna let him screw things up. Britain's relative success during this period is clearest when compared to other major economies. The chart below shows GDP per capita in France, Germany, Italy, and the UK as a percentage of US GDP per capita. It shows Britain, after decades of relative stagnation, beginning to converge on the United States and overtake other European countries from the early 1980s. Britain's change of fortunes under Thatcher and continued improvement under Blair is clear. Britain enjoyed rapid catch-up growth from the early 1980s chart, and as you can see, I didn't even check that it was interactive. With the red line here, you can see what it was in 1969. It was 65%, which of course you can read, and then you can see it going all the way up, and it actually, according to the thing there at the end, it's at 83%. In 2010. Right, continuing on. But crucial parts of the economy were still left unfixed, notably land use planning policy, which Thatcher's Environment Secretary Nicholas Ridley had tried and failed to reform, and which Tony Blair's government was unable to make a dent in either. Well, I'd have to read up on that section of it, because that's got a separate source there. This left Britain with latent weaknesses that have become hugely problematic over the last quarter century. Since the 1990s, Britain has experienced rapid population growth due to immigration. After decades of demographic stability and big shifts in prosperity from some parts of the country to others. See, it doesn't say that the reason for the demographic shift. Demographic shift is because the fact that you're letting the boats come in and they're actually pushing out the native Britons. It's ridiculous. That's why two-tier Kiri does not want to, increase payments to the pensioners, because he wants them to retire early. Let's put it that way. Let me continue. The decision to transition away from fossil fuels has created the need for huge quantities of new energy infrastructure, recently exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, but by no means beginning then. Across the developed world, great metropolitan agglomerations have become even more economically important. London has been among the biggest winners from this trend in spite of the obstacles in its way. Well, it's the biggest winner because it's been stealing money from around the UK. I mean, Leeds doesn't have, infrastructure it should have. It has no protection from London. They're just siphoning money away, for example. There's that. Because they don't have a rail system. They don't have, services they should have for the size of the city that they have. They have 800,000, remember that. And let me continue on. What Britain needs in the last 25 years above all was a huge amount of building, homes, energy supply, and transport infrastructure. Without it, Britain has fallen behind, weighted down by a development system that worked badly even in the 1950s and 60s, and that is positively disastrous today. And here's the chart. British productivity would be 25% higher today if it had continued at the growth at 1970 through 2008, not 2008, 2008. You can see here, you got several lines. You got the dotted line is the 1979 to 2000 trend, which was a lot higher than 79 to 08. So really it was actually declining under Blair, if you think about it. And then you've got GDP per household on the 2019 line here, and look how it dipped. It's dipping because this is immigration. You can literally graph the immigration there because the immigration didn't really kick off until about 08. So look at that. It dips and it continues to go along, but it's actually going in a downward trend. It's because of all the immigration. Notice how they're not bringing that up here. But I mean, that's the Office of National Statistics again. And, well, the problem with their data is you need to actually check the actual source files to their data. That's under, I'll have to check it later. But you'll have to, if you actually go to this ukfoundations.co and go click on the link there, go bring up the Excel spreadsheet and check that all the columns have populated data. Because if you look at my video, when I was trying to check out, employment via, nationalization and birth rate, who was a native citizen of the UK and who was not, you notice at the end of 19, they just stopped populating a lot of the columns, especially the American column. So keep that in mind. The data from the Office of National I can't say it today. The Office of National Statistics. Ridiculous. But anyways, that thing needs to be shut down. They're wasting a lot of money. We'll watch that video. The gap continues to grow between 2010 and 2019. Worker productivity grew by 8% in the United States, 9.6% in France, and just 5.8% in Britain. And those countries' growth rates pale in comparison to that of Poland, which has grown its productivity to 29.7% between 2010 and 2019, and the current trends will overtake Britain by the end of this decade. That's the thing. That means 2030 it'd be better to go to Poland. But, Britain needs to stop the migration and needs to get rid of the people that are not assimilated into British society, I should say. Okay, let me continue on. To put the shortfall since 2008 into perspective, if Britain had grown in line with its trend between 1979 and 2008, it would be 24.8% more productive today, assuming we continue working the same hours annually. That would mean GDP per capita of £41,800 instead of £33,500, making the typical family about £8,700 better off before taxes and transfers than they would be. Okay, tax revenues would be about 1,282 billion pounds instead of 1,027 pounds, 27 billion pounds. Geez, that's actually quite a bit there. Assuming tax rate, and that's assuming that tax rates are held constant. While when labor gets involved, they want to jack up the taxes. And with the new bills they got, especially that homeschool bill, they want to consolidate councils to actually charge more and give you a lot less. You need to stop that bill too. Let me continue on before I get distracted again. That would mean that instead of the deficit of 85 billion pounds in the current spending, we would have a surplus of 170 billion pounds, meaning that taxes would be much lower and public services would be better funded. That's assuming if you weren't importing so many people as well. Keep that in mind. Although these figures may seem improbably high, they are not out of line with the world's richest economies. There is no reason Britain should not aim to sit among them as it once did. This essay argues that Britain can do so by adopting a program of reform similar in its scale to the ambition program of liberalization in the 1980s. Well, that wasn't liberalization, that was removal of regulation by a conservative government run by Margaret Thatcher. That's what that means. See, it wasn't liberalization. It was reduction in regulation, which you could consider liberalization, but they always want to take credit for everything. Where earlier reforms were focused on cutting taxes, curbing the power of the trade unions, and privatizing state-run industries, this time we must focus on making it easier to invest in homes, labs, railways, roads, bridges, interconnectors, and nuclear reactors. Please take a moment to look at the screen. This is a chapter break. You will see where else to find my work in case my work is modified by YouTube. Like, for example, music gets muted, things like that. Things are restricted, or they're not restricted on another platform. The importance of strong foundations. Why is France so rich? France is notoriously and heavily regulated and dominated by labor unions. In 2023, the country was brought to a standstill by strikes against proposals to raise the age of retirement from 62 to 64. French workers have been known to strike by kidnapping their chief executives, a practice that the public there reportedly supports. And strikes are so common that French unions have designed special barbecues that fit in tram tracks so they can grill sausages while they march. France is notoriously heavily taxed, factoring in the employer side taxes in addition to those the employee actually sees. A French company would have to spend 137,822 euros on wages and employer-side taxes for the worker to earn a nominal salary of 100,000 euros, from which they would take home 61,041 euros. For a British worker to take home the same amount, after tax, 52,715 pounds, equivalent to 61,041 euros, a British employer would have to spend 97,765 and 33 pence. Well, that's in euros though, which equates to 84,435.60 in British pounds on wages and the employer side taxes. And yet, despite these high taxes, onerous regulations, and powerful unions, French workers are significantly more productive than British ones, closer to Americans than to us. France's GDP per capita is only about the same as UK because French workers take more time off on holidays and work shorter hours. See, you guys have 28 days off in the UK. We get 2 weeks off, that's 14 days, plus we get another week usually as sick leave. So, like, I don't know if the comparisons of all the time off and stuff, it might work for the French in the UK, but wouldn't work for the American side. What can explain France's prosperity in spite of its high taxes and high business regulations? France can afford such a large interventionist state because it does a good job building things that Britain blocks: housing, infrastructure, and energy supply. They probably also have more land, right? Housing supply is vastly freer in France overall. It now has about 7 million more homes than Britain, 37 million versus 30 million. With the same number of people, these homes are newer and more concentrated in places people want to live. As prosperous cities and holiday regions. Overall geographical extent of Paris's metropolitan area roughly tripled between 1945 and today, where London's has grown only a few percent. France has allowed its other great cities to grow and flourish too, whereas Britain has systematically constrained and undermined them for 7 decades. Ooh. And there's the picture. Picture shows Paris 1937 overlapped today. The 37 map is inset in a contemporary one. Everything outside the center is still new. London is almost unchanged in the surface area today from 1937. Well, it's because you're not willing to take down the old buildings that probably need to be taken down. Okay, transport infrastructure is now better there. There are 7 British tram networks versus 29 in France. 6 French cities have underground metro systems against 3 in Britain. That's a pretty big difference. Since 1980, France has opened 1,740 miles of high-speed rail compared to just 67 in Britain. France has nearly 12,000 kilometers of motorways versus around 4,000 kilometers here. And French motorways tend to be smoother, better kept, and 3/4 are tolled, making congestion much less of a problem. In the last 25 years alone, the French built more miles of motorway than the entire UK motorway network. They're even allowed to drive around 10 miles per hour faster on them. Well, that's kind of messed up. Energy is more abundant, and thanks to the country's nuclear rollout from the 1970s, the country has already done a lot of decarbonization. 70% of the country's electricity comes from nuclear power, which does not suffer from the intermittency problems that wind and solar power both face, which drive up the cost significantly since they require energy storage and backup fossil fuel generation. Britain was the first country to split the atom and built the world's first commercial nuclear power plant that supplied energy to a national grid, opened by the late Queen in 1956. In the following decade, Britain built 10 more nuclear power stations. In 1965, we had more operational nuclear reactors than the USA, the USSR, and every other country in the world put together. Yet we haven't finished a new nuclear power station in almost 3 decades. Because France gets their big things done right, it can afford to get a lot of things wrong. If Britain could catch up with France on housing, infrastructure, and energy without making the sort of mistakes that makes a regulation and tax, the implication is that we could be far richer than they are, and we were for centuries before the 1950s. You also didn't have the immigration, stupid. That's all I gotta say to that. That's your biggest problem that you guys aren't even acknowledging, really. Weak foundations, investment, housing, infrastructure, and energy. Britain gets many of the important things for prosperity right. Businesses from around the world come here to draw on our legal regime, low levels of corruption, centuries-old commitment to free trade, efficient financial sector, and world-leading scientific research ecosystem. Our time zone allows us to talk to Asia, Africa, and the Americas in one day, and everyone here is fluent in the modern world's lingua franca, which is of course English. As the economist Tyler Cowen said, England remains one of the few places where you can really birth and execute a new idea. This is unbelievably precious, rare, and difficult to create. Well, it's also difficult to create British culture, and you gotta keep it, because now it's not even being maintained anymore, and you need to have people being safe to be able to do that. Let me continue. But we fail to capitalize on these rare advantages because the economy lacks the most important foundations. Private investment is blocked from going where it could generate the highest returns, meaning we have lower investment than all our peer economies. In particular, we do not allow investment in the infrastructure we need to allow people to access prosperous areas, the houses they need to live there, and the offices, labs, factories, warehouses they need to work there, which together with our high rising energy costs stop the companies in those cities from reaching their full potential. That's true, but the high energy costs are ridiculous. Britain's best chance of achieving rapid economic growth in the near term is via a combination of higher private investment and more agglomeration, that is, greater clustering of economic activities in productive places and lower energy costs. These economic foundations are important determinants of how productive workers and businesses are. No individual by themselves can create much value, no matter how gifted or how hardworking. No individual by themselves can create much value, no matter how gifted or hardworking they may be. They need to combine their efforts with machinery and other people to really succeed. Investment rates determine the amount of quality of the tools they can use. Energy costs determine how they can use them, and agglomeration, including both housing and infrastructure, determines who can actually use them with. And this chart here is the output per capita at current prices 1990 to 2022. Those middle-income countries that have decent institutions have been rapidly converging on Britain. And if you notice, South Korea is right behind. Estonia and Poland are catching up. But Poland's going up. Estonia looks like they're going down. So, you're going to be overtaken pretty quickly if you don't get a handle on your situations. Let me keep going here. These policies are a complement to Britain's most advanced frontier sectors. More agglomeration drives higher rates of innovation and increases the chances that businesses have about who to hire. Lower energy costs make certain high-tech sectors more viable, such as advanced manufacturing and AI training. Higher rates of investment into businesses make it easier for small companies to rapidly scale up into giants. Rapid economy growth is possible for Britain because what we get wrong is so mundane and straightforward. Fixing those problems would allow Britain to experience similar rapid catch-up growth that other countries like South Korea, Estonia, Poland have experienced over the past 30 years. Let me go back to that graph in case you missed it. You see how this one's not interactive, but you see how high it was in 1990. It was way up above everybody else, and then around basically 2008, everything kind of cratered, and it's been going steadily downward. I mean, it's going back up towards the maybe 2020 or 2019 mark, maybe 2018. I can't really tell by the graph because it goes from 1990 to 22, but there's a gap between there's a large gap between 15 and 22 to, I would have to say it might be 18, which that doesn't surprise me. Moving on, investment. Please take a moment to look at the screen. This is a chapter break. You will see where else to find my work in case my work is modified by YouTube. Like, for example, music gets muted, things like that. Things are restricted, or they're not restricted on another platform. Investment. Investment is when we forego resources we could consume today and instead use them to produce more resources in the future. It is the lifeblood of economic growth and of individual businesses' successes. Investment is not just what happens after we build sufficient roads, houses, pylons, and power plants. Building these things is investment. What is good about building these things is not that they cost money, and that what matters is not how much money we spend on investment. It is the things we actually produce and the benefits they give us that are valuable. For example, having a family. A lot of that is not quantifiable. Let me continue. The easier and less expensive it is to build, the higher the return we get from a given amount of money invested, and the better it is to spend the money on them. Britain does invest at a lower rate than most other advanced countries. In 2022, France spent across both public bodies and private companies 26% of its GDP on physical capital investment. Germany, 25%. OECD members, 23% on average. The United Kingdom, just 19%. The total capital stock of the UK is actually lower now than it was in 2016. By comparison, it is 4%. By comparison, it is 14% higher on average across the rest of the G7. The most important reason for this is not that we inherently penny pinching and short-termists where Americans and Europeans are not. It is that we have banned most of all the productive investments we can make, made it eye-wateringly expensive to do the ones we do allow ourselves to make, and allowed many public managed assets to be neglected. This is very true. I like this section already. Figure 1, investment as a share of GDP. As you can see, almost since the 1960s, the UK has been lower than France, Germany, and the US. There's been a few cases where they've overlapped Germany and the US, like around the 80s, like in between 85 and 1990. Looks like 87. And you're above the US at about 1972, because it's the orange line on the graph. Let me continue reading. These problems have been present for more than half a century in the post-war decades. The British state chronically failed to invest in various companies it had nationalized, succumbing to the permanent temptation of politicians to allocate resources to frontline services, i.e. immediate consumption, rather than investing for the long term. We see every year with the NHS, whose operational budget continues to rise, but who has fewest MRI and CT scanners of any developed country's healthcare system, and by far the least machinery and equipment overall. Well, you need to kind of return it back to privatization and kind of remove regulations. That's the problem there. The NHS is rife with too much bloat. This graph here is passenger journeys more than doubled between privatization and 2019. Okay? It starts off somewhere, looks like 1800s. I guess this is relating to the rail system. Okay, data is omitted first, second wars. Yeah, it's railroad. Source is Office of Railroad, and you can get the data through that office. And then you notice 1800s, it's going up to 19. Why is that graph like funky like that? It's like it's got a gap for World War I, and then it has, there's the gap for World War II in the green section. Okay, so it went up until about 1920, and then it took a nosedive, and then kind of recovered around, I want to say 1940-ish, and then, went back up or somehow connected to the 60s. Doesn't exactly, I don't have a clear line there, but it goes down from 48 to 95, then goes up again from about 95 to then about, I want to say 2018 or something. And then it drops again. Before COVID, it dropped like a rock. That's interesting. Or was that actually end of 2019 when you decided to screw with the data collection methods? We'll have to, I don't know, I'll have to look that up, I guess, somewhere down the road. Let me finish. British Rail ran in 1994 a third as many trains between London and Manchester as did private franchises by the 2010s. Overall passenger numbers fell steadily between nationalization in 1948 and privatization in 1994, after which point they have more than doubled. Many state-run British industries became efficient in terms of economic. Give me a second there on that one. Economicizing on the scarce resources they were allowed, but extremely inefficient in terms of overall productivity. The privatization of British Steel, British Airways, British Gas, British Telecom, and many other nationalized companies in the 1980s and 90s thus opened up great opportunities. From 1981 to 1990, who was Prime Minister again? Somebody named Margaret Thatcher? Okay, let me continue. British capital investment grew faster than any other country in the OECD, barring booming Japan and tiny Luxembourg. Contrary to what is sometimes claimed, North Sea oil and gas was not the biggest part of this. With the investment, it is actually falling over this period. Investment levels rose chiefly because state mismanagement had left so many opportunities untaken in the preceding decades, opportunities that privatization opened up. Underinvestment leads to particularly acute problems in places like the north of England that have historically prospered from capital-intensive industries. These areas have the same underlying features that generate industrial heartlands elsewhere, like in Germany and Sweden: relatively cheap land, proximity to waterways, roads, rail networks. Let me start that over again. These areas have the same underlying features that generate industrial heartlands elsewhere, like in Germany and in Sweden: relatively cheap land, proximity to railways, roads, rail networks, and unlike many other parts of Britain, cheap, abundant housing. but expensive energy and the difficulty of building new premises, warehouses, factories, pipelines, pylons, distribution centers, and so on hold them back. Well, you've got to get rid of the hurdles for basically the means of production. And what I'd like to argue sometimes that the means of production should include, housing, because the workers have to live somewhere when they're not at work. I mean, I argue that, but, economists won't always agree with that. But that's my business side kicking in. Because the business always accounts for everything. Every line item has to be accounted for. There's nothing that's not accounted for, including stakeholders and stockholders. And some of the investment, and some of this underinvestment is due to distortions in the tax code that penalize capital investments. Prior to the introduction of full expensing, British businesses that invested in machinery, buildings, and acquired patents could only claim back 62% of the costs from their corporation tax bill compared to 100% of operating expenses like rent or wages, which meant that despite the UK having a low headline rate of corporate tax, the effective rate on profits generated via physical investments was still high. The introduction of full expensing has corrected this for some investments, but still does not apply to buildings or machinery with expected lifespan of over 25 years. And that's kind of like the inheritance tax in Britain. People are trying to get it removed from the farmers, but the current tax rules are messing with people in cities that have like little buildings that are next to larger buildings and things like that. I mean, you need to get the taxes under control. You need to get the regulations under control. You shouldn't want your people to be taxed into oblivion, but that's what happens when you're importing foreign people that can do jobs for next to nothing. They don't speak English, so they can't really speak out if they're being taken advantage of, but at the same time, you're letting them avoid prosecution for laws that they should be following because where they come from, they don't have to do these kind of laws. They don't have to respect other people or respect property, respect, basic human rights. I can go on again, and I'll try not to. Business rates, meanwhile, have the effect of increasing the tax liability when most property enhancements are made, regardless of when or if they become profitable. Going on, some of the underinvestment is due to higher input costs, such as the high cost of energy discussed later. This is most accurately a problem for the manufacturing sector, while high energy costs have made many industries unviable in Britain, while they thrive in other advanced economies. Well, that's because of the fact that you're purposely strangleholding the country because you don't want it to grow in the traditional sense. You want it to grow in a negative sense to where you import labor because, they use this argument in America. Well, we need immigrants to do the jobs Americans don't want to do. No, you have laws on the books that certain jobs don't apply to minimum wage. So like when they're doing farm work, they're not getting a minimum wage. They're getting a really low wage. And non-English speaking people will go to the farms, for example, in America and work and gather the crops for pennies on the dollar. When they're used in that capacity, they're also kind of abused in the meat packing industry. Alright, let me continue on here. But the most important reason Britain sees underinvestment today is that the state bans the very investments that would be most valuable. If allowed, private investors would be rushing to build housing, transport infrastructure, and energy infrastructure. For instance, thousands of miles of motorways were built and operated by private companies. Britain's roads, canals, and railroads were originally built this way. If done today, it would show up as an enormous amount of capital investment in the national accounts, but as we will show, building these things is prohibited in the vast majority of cases in which it would be economically rational. If we change that, Britain would see an enormous construction boom as suppressed demand for these things are met, and the resulting capital assets would continue contributing to the economy indefinitely. Improving the UK's investment rate would bring great benefits and return Britain to Great Britain. After about give me a second there, I gotta clear that. After about half the shortfall in productivity growth rate since the financial crisis can be attributed to underinvestment in tangible capital, while much of the rest is likely to due to the shortfall in intangible investments like R&D. Well, R&D is tangible, because you have progress you've got to make when you're designing stuff, and you can scrap things during the R&D phase because they're just not practical. So that's not entirely true that they're not tangible. Investment is what makes us richer over time. Any successful economic plan will have to unleash it in order to succeed, but even in the need for higher investment becomes more widely accepted by Britain. Economic commentators, they tend to propose more quangos and subsidies to tackle the problem because they missed two crucial points. First, private investment is far more significant than government investment. Public investment can be extremely important, especially in areas that have large spillovers to the broad economy, but when you do not always generate a private return, let me reread that. Public investment can be extremely important, especially in areas that have large spillovers to the broad economy, but which do not always generate a private return. But more than 80% of investment in the UK and most other developed countries is done by the private sector. Public investment was 18% of the UK total in 2021, 17.6% in 2020, and 15.5% in 2019. The second part, apart from taxes on investment like corporation tax and capital gains tax, higher investments in the UK is mainly frustrated by systems that effectively ban private companies from doing it, like building houses, infrastructure, energy generation. See, he's talked about building houses right there, and he should have talked about it earlier. Rather than being down to short-sightedness by these businesses or the lack of generosity by government, commentators have searched far and wide for explanations of Britain's investment problem. But the explanation was before our eyes all along. Buildings, energy, and transport infrastructure are investments that Britain most needs, and they are largely banned. In banning them, we have generated higher costs for a range of other investments too. There is no need to posit esoteric cultural problems among British business people. No need for a dozen more government strategies, deals, and consultations. We don't need to pay businesses to invest more. We just need to stop banning them from doing so. See, he likes to use the term banning all the time. And it's not banning, it's actually stranglehold. There's a stranglehold because it's not actually prevented officially. It's just extremely difficult to do it. If it's not banned, it's just there's incentives not to do it. That using the word banned in that case doesn't work because it's not banned. On to the next section. Please take a moment to look at the screen. This is a chapter break. You will see where else to find my work in case my work is modified by YouTube. Like, for example, music gets muted, things like that. things are restricted or they're not restricted on another platform. Housing. Why we're not building enough homes in the right places. For centuries, Britain had a development control system that supported urban growth in places, the most successful industries, as well as building beautiful cities that we treasure today. Since 1947, however, Britain has had probably the most restrictive development control system in the world. It goes for housing, it goes for businesses, it goes for probably everything, including power. That's just not restricted to housing. See, I don't like that opening statement. This is held back by our strongest sectors and businesses and stop people from moving to the places with the best jobs. On its own, we see it as the largest cause of Britain's stagnation. And housing itself isn't the largest cause of the stagnation. The largest cause of the stagnation is just failure to innovate, failure to replace buildings that should be replaced. And one of the parliamentary things they were crying about asbestos. You know, in America they cried about asbestos like all the way back in the 90s and started dealing with it in the 90s. And in Britain here you are like more than 30 years later you're talking about this stuff? Come on. I mean, your stagnation is everywhere. It's in your parliament. It's in everything you do. The only thing you're not stagnating is importing rapists. That's what you're not stagnating in, okay? That's seriously the only thing you're not stagnating in is the rape artists. Yeah, well, hopefully this doesn't get booted off YouTube for that. Throughout Britain's history, its economic centers of gravity has changed, sometimes profoundly. During the 1800s, millions of people migrated to the cities of the Midlands, Wales, and especially the north of England, where the Industrial Revolution was, revolutionizing the world economy. Cardiff grew by 1,000% in 45 years as people moved near the coal that enabled heavy industry. Manchester grew from 90,000 in 1800 to 700,000 in 1900, in part due to the soft water that enabled Lancaster's world-beating cotton textiles. Liverpool grew by over 1,000% between 1800 and 1930. I'd have to actually research I thought the American cotton thing was even bigger than what Britain had, and that's why Britain tried to back the southern states in the Civil War, because they wanted access to the crops. They wanted access to the cotton crops. I'll have to double check that at some point. But I've done a lot of history stuff. That's like a third hobby of mine, fourth hobby, I don't know. This process continued in the 1930s, but different industries came to the fore. Different locations were prominent. Cities like Birmingham, Coventry, London, Lancaster, and Nottingham expanded at breakneck pace as the link with raw materials was broken and jobs shifted to offices and factories in the South and Midlands. Immense suburbs sprang up with their characteristic long gardens and semi-detached houses. Private companies and local councils laid out a vast system of commuter rail, electric trams, and motor buses that enabled and served these new neighborhoods. The English housing stock nearly doubled in 20 years, transforming the living standards of the English people. As late as the 1930s, there were almost no restrictions on development other than generous height limits in some cities, about 10 stories, and some building safety regulations subject to those. Any property owner could build virtually anything they wanted. After 1909, developers did have to get permission to develop, but councils almost always gave it. Since they had to compensate landowners for the lost value, they rejected permissions, and councils themselves were generously compensated through local property taxes if they accepted development. People moved in their millions around the country. I don't know why I had problems reading that. I'm just going to reread that again. In some, before the 1940s, British cities grew as their industries did. People moved in their millions around the country. People moved to places where wages were higher, raising wage competition for workers in places that they left. This meant that there were fewer and narrower persistent income differences between places than those we see today. Liberal development policy generated a country with a natural force pushing against persistent entrenched regional inequality, which was narrowing in the decades to the 1940s and has been widening since. The source of the problem. In 1947, the Town and Country Planning Act was introduced, part of the post-war reform program that nationalized nearly every industry from steel to man with van road haulage companies, and normalized top tax rates at over 90%. Well, I guess you can say the taxes aren't as hard as they were then. I'd actually have to look up your tax rates. I know that they're a little difficult, but I don't think they're 90%. The TCPA completely removed most of the incentive for councils to give planning permissions by removing their obligation to compensate those whose development rights they restricted. Other reforms at around the time also redistributed away much of the upside that councils had received from development through local property taxes. Okay, so yeah, you're consolidating councils now, so they're going to have less of incentive to listen to voters because they're like, oh, you're way over there. Yeah, we don't feel like dealing with you. I mean, things are going to get worse here if you guys don't stand up and start doing stuff. The law has also added a requirement to get permission for national government for any development and to pay to the national government a tax of 100% on any value that resulted from permission being granted. Most notoriously, the TCPA instituted the legal powers that were used to create and expand green belts the following decade, prohibiting development on large rings of land around inland cities. Well, that's actually kind of good, but at the same time, you need to get rid of places, buildings that really are not up to par for people to live in. You can't be importing tons of people. You need to take care of the native population before you can bring in other populations. The whole point of taking care of yourself before you help somebody else. You remember that one? Let me pull up the graph here. The private house building collapsed following the Town and Country Planning Act, and it goes from 1860 all the way to 1940, and there's a massive drop after 40, and then I guess the line is 1970, or not 1970, but 1947, where they changed things again, because that's what he was talking about, and then it went back up in the 60s a little bit, and then in the 80s it started to drop. Well, you didn't have the mass immigration as you do now. Well, in the 80s they had immigration. In the 70s they had immigration. Post-war they did have immigration. I'll give them that. But the thing is, you notice how places are not getting built and it's on a downward decline. Well, you're going to have, and you haven't actually, how many buildings have you knocked down recently? I mean, you can't count that Grenfell fire because that's not a knockdown, because that was some idiot migrant with a device that malfunctioned and he just let it burn out of control. I mean, I don't know what you guys do when it comes to knocking down the old buildings that aren't really adequate for people to live in or people to work in. I don't know if you leave them up or what. I don't know the specifics of that yet. Eventually I'll learn that. I mean, I got a lot of work to do on that front. Alright, next paragraph. Overall, it moved Britain from a system where almost any development was permitted anywhere to one where development was nearly always prohibited. Despite some of the minor later liberalizations, like the introduction of permitted development rights in the 1980s, the underlying problem remained. Since the TCPA was introduced in 1947, private house building was never reached Victorian levels, let alone the record progress achieved just before the Second World War. That's another thing. Well, you left that in place. That needs to go. But you need to have, that might need to have a new build to replace it in case some dumbass comes along and decides to do dumb things, because that's why you have laws to begin with, is to prevent the stupid people from doing stupid stuff, right? Today, local authorities still have robust powers to reject new developments and little incentive to accept them. Historically, local governments encouraged development because their tax bases grew in line with the extra value created, but this incentive has been eroded by successive reforms that have centralized and capped local governments' tax-raising powers. See, they make the councils for the regions bigger, and they take away the local power, and that's what happens. And then nobody gets anything, because you don't have proper policing, you don't have proper, code enforcement of buildings and things like that. You allow buildings to kind of deteriorate, and everything just goes down in general because crime is allowed to take over. Let me continue. National governments have not been blind to the fact that development is not happening. Their solution to the problem has generally been to try to force local governments to permit the homes the country needs, and to take the political flack that engenders through targets and punishment. But the system has never managed to raise building rates anywhere near enough to return the prices to the downward trend they were on before hundreds of years until 1938. Well, there was a war that broke out during that time. You might have heard of it. But that's the other thing, is you place more and more regulations on everything. It's not just regulations on housing, it's regulations on buildings themselves, general commercialized buildings. And then, of course, you import more population from outside the country, and just things deteriorate out of control. I'm repeating myself again. Going on, attempting to force local governments to build more homes has repeatedly backfired. And where it has delivered new homes, they have often been low quality and far from where the highest demand for homes is. Since the targets are calculated with almost no reference to actual demand for new houses, there is little reason to think new government's plans will be very different. Its decision to lower London's target as a reward for failing to meet its previous targets is a sign that it, too, will fail to build homes where they are needed. Well, where they are needed, you're not building new homes, basically because you don't want people living there. I mean, it's the politicians and it's the local people that are, not local, but if it's like a London area, for example, that might be a little bit, we don't want the overcrowding, but we'll stick them over on the east side of London. Which is what the hell? But anyways, as I'm going on here, local people bear many of the costs of new development: disruption, congestion, competition over access to state-provided services like healthcare and education. At the same time, they gain few or none of the benefits, the obvious exception being those local landlords who actually receive the planning permissions. It is thus unsurprising that local people tend to be fierce opponents of development. When the national government has tried to take away their rights to control development nearby, they have resisted vigorously, usually succeeding in having the targets revoked or watered down. Well, when you basically take away the local council's power to do anything, they're not going to have any incentives to help you out. And that's what they've essentially done. But I think from everything I've gone over, it's like everything's being centralized into London for the large part and closer to the south. So you need to rebuild the north, especially like Newcastle and things like that. You can't have things so centralized. See, that's what makes America different from the United Kingdom. America, we you want to build that? Okay, where do you want to build it? Okay, Is that going to be an issue? The only question we have is a water issue. We can get power to pretty much anywhere. But if there's not enough water to support like a large plant, it doesn't get built particularly there. So they would just have to find a different spot of land. And the thing is we've got plenty of land, so we don't really worry about the land problem. We worry about the water problem and what it'll do to the area or the state or the city or the county or the region. If, like say a processing plant has to come in and they need loads of water, well, can the area support that much water to give to them? And are they going to be cleaning out their wastewater? Like, 'cause you can have water come in, right, for cleaning stuff. But if the wastewater coming out of the plant isn't treated at all, that's actually worse and creates a lot of pollution, a lot more pollution, and actually makes the ground downstream unusable and can poison people. If you wanted to look up stuff, there was the EPA hired some guys up in Colorado, right, to deal with a mine. Well, they ended up flooding the water into the Colorado River and went down the Rio Grande River, and it was bad. Like, you can look it up. It went for a very long time. It must have went for a couple hundred miles. Or actually, it went longer than a couple hundred miles. It went quite a ways, and the water did not recover for a long while. And the EPA didn't get busted for what they did. So that's what a joke the EPA is. Well, let me continue. This has contributed to a climate that is supportive of continual increases in regulations at the national level, which add process and cost to development. Recently, this has meant compulsory second staircase requirements, which ban apartment blocks with only one staircase and lift core. The standard in nearly every country in the developed world. The government's own impact assessment of the second staircase rules determined that their cost would be more than 200 times greater than the benefits. What? It has also meant reducing the size of the windows. It is now legally difficult to build windows as large as those common in Georgian and Victorian buildings, apparently, because they cause overheating in hot weather. Well, that is BS. And because people might supposedly fall out of them. Okay, that is total crap. You know they have UV coating that you can put on glass? You can put UV coating that reflects the UV light, which actually, that's what heats up the room is the UV. You reflect the UV using a UV coating, and it doesn't heat it up. So that's a bunch of crap. Half of this climate change stuff is total crap. Like, that's a whole nother ball of wax. Is it like Paul Burgess in the UK? He does climate stuff, especially about CO2. You should check out his work on that. Like, I'm not going to go into detail on that. Alright, let me keep going. The same climate has facilitated rules requiring every development to prove nutrient neutrality, to survey for protected species. Oh my god. This is the same crap that they do in the US. Like newts. Okay, the same climate has facilitated rules requiring every development to prove nutrient neutrality, to survey for protected species like newts, bats, even in places where their presence has never been detected, and more. So that's the other thing about that. They're blocking the water in California over a fish called the smelt. How did that work out for the people in the fires and in the farmland areas that are basically dead because they won't let? And what do? They dump the water into the ocean. They don't put it anywhere else. They dump the water from the mountains into the ocean, and they don't have no water because they're a bunch of idiots. So, California learned the hard way what not to do. And I'm not sympathetic to those idiots in California. No. They got exactly what they voted for. Continuing on. High housing costs create the demand for destructive policies that appear to alleviate the proximate problems of expensive housing without dealing with the underlying issue. In many cases today, as many as 40% of the new developments homes must be subsidized for affordable renters instead of being made available at market rates. These requirements function as a tax on new housing, and so local objectors often support them. Well, it's kind of dumb. You need to actually have, affordable housing, but you need to have a way to deal with the crime relating to affordable housing, because a lot of the affordable quote-unquote housing that's subsidized, it's crime-ridden. They're dealing drugs, they're doing all sorts of stuff out of that crap. I mean, they try to do that crap here. It doesn't work. What does it do? Yeah, you got a nice building, but that's about it. Alright, let me keep going. These requirements function as a tax on new housing, so local objectors often support them, redistributing income from every other private tenant to a lucky few. Countries with expensive rental housing also see movements for rent control and punitive rental regulations, like giving every tenant the permission or the permanent right to live in the property they occupy, which that makes them a squatter. And if you're not paying rent, how is the person supposed to keep upkeep of the property, for starters? And if they have any outstanding, debt relating to the property, like maybe they had to remortgage something to get something fixed, like, a boiler system, for example. Some of the old places have these really nice boiler systems that go out throughout the entire complex, and they actually work better than little heating systems for each place, because you can run the pipes through the entire building like the plumbing for the sink and the shower and all that, and it works very nicely. Of course, the basement's hot as hell, but whatever. Alright, continuing on. The effects of housing shortages. Since the introduction of the British planning system in 1947, there's been very little increase in housing supply when better jobs make an area more desirable. Instead, extra money or extra homes being built, workers competing for scarce housing are often forced to build up existing homes. Now see, this happens quite a bit in New York City. It's ridiculous. I mean, the rent, you take the rent in London and you double whatever they're asking, and that's the cost in New York City for a given price range. So you think about that. I mean, you might have higher energy costs, but your rent isn't as high as some other places, especially in the U.S. Continuing on, this means that many of the income gains go to existing landlords and landowners, and that many people cannot move to better jobs at all, because only the best paid people can afford to move to the most prosperous cities. There is no longer general migration across the economic spectrum as there was in the 19th century, when the poorest people who were most likely to move to find better work. Today, this has created a situation where only the most gifted and educated people can afford to move to richer cities and stay there. So that's another thing. Let me finish the paragraph. There's less well-off peers quite literally left behind and compete with one another over a narrow pool of jobs, driving the wages down even further, making those places feel more deprived. Well, that paragraph completely ignores what my mass immigration is doing. Mass immigration is the number one cause of that, because you're putting in people everywhere, and especially in small towns. You got that one town that literally had its population overwhelmed by double the population just being dropped in there because they had nowhere else to stick the quote-unquote migrants, and that's pretty screwed up. It's like Westfield or something like that. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I gotta keep going. On the other hand, social housing anchors many people to extreme central high-value areas in our major cities. A staggering amount of central London housing is socially rented. 40.2% of Islington households are on subsidized social rents, as 33.7% of Camden, 35.9% of those in Tower Hamlets, and 39.7% in Southwarks Is that South Works? I hope that's right. I hope I didn't screw that up, guys. These households occupy some of the most valuable space in the country and are trapped in tendencies. They're tenants, so they're tenancies. Yeah, that's cute. Remaining even when their homes are often damp, poorly insulated, and altogether dilapidated, are no longer fit for changing circumstances because they will likely end up in a less valuable, less centrally located property if they try to move. There's no upward mobility, this is true. The result is a missing middle in cities like London where only the very few well-off and very badly off can afford to live there, excluding tower and middle-income people from elsewhere in the country. Even many higher earners cannot afford to live anywhere near the center once they have children. The impoverishment of the coastal and poor industrial towns cannot be understood without looking at the housing shortages in more prosperous parts of the country. Both are the products of Britain's planning system. It's not just the planning system, it's the whole politicians because they're refusing to do anything about it whatsoever. Let me continue on. Since the supply of homes in successful cities is tightly constrained, the growth of our most successful companies and sectors within those cities is constrained as well. Even the people who get to live in high productivity places are less productive than they could be, since their employers are less able to hire mid and lower skilled people to support them in the workplace. It is inconceivable that Britain could have the Industrial Revolution if it had banned workers from moving to the coal fields of South Wales and Yorkshire and the textile factories in Lancaster. It is not an exaggeration to say that Britain could be foregoing its role in another industrial revolution today, that of artificial intelligence, biotech, and related technology, by making the corresponding mistake. Well, here's the thing. You're not doing anything in AI. It's being done in China, Taiwan, and the United States. You're not actually doing anything in ARM. Yes, ARM used to be a UK company, but it is owned by SoftBank, which is Japanese. And when NVIDIA tried to buy it, and they would have made that thing awesome, you guys cried, "Oh, we can't let the American company buy it. It's got to stay in the UK." Well, it's already owned by Japanese companies. You're not actually doing anything because the Japanese companies, especially the car manufacturers like Toyota and stuff, they take the money that they make in the United States and they ship it back home. They have factories here, yes, but they ship the money. The Japanese companies ship the money back home. So you're not you're not making money from that. It's going out the door. I don't know what you're doing in biotech, so I'd have to look that up. Next up is a cartogram from ONS. It's the number of jobs around the country. Dark red is the highest paid jobs, then light red, then gray, then light blue, then dark blue. The average job in dark red areas pays about double as much as the average job in the dark blue areas. Britain is not the only country that has slowed its growth through holding back agglomeration. Parts of America has seen similar shortages. Economists Giles Duranton and Diego Puga judge that if the whole of New York City allowed densities that were common in Georgian, Victorian, London rents, house prices would fall. Construction costs in the metropolitan area would at least double, and the population to over 40 million people. Similar things would happen in the Bay Area, Boston, Los Angeles, and other U.S. superstar cities if higher densities were allowed. You don't know anything about New York City. A lot of the old properties have price controls locked in, and guess what? The tenants have to pay extra to get things fixed because they pay a nice rent, but they have price controls locked on certain buildings, and it's not actually helping them because they have to actually pay, for the plumbing, fixing, all that other stuff. Everything that a tenant normally gets when they pay for rent, when they have the landlord fix things, it's locked in on certain buildings in New York City, so that doesn't work. Continuing on. Duranton and Puga argue that the huge economic growth would result from allowing these superstar cities to build more. The next graph is residential land is worth far more across the island than other land, which is kind of strange because I think they're doing that more or less. I'll read the caption underneath the graph first. The value of land with and without planning permission. Releasing land for development is much more valuable in some places than others. From the Resolution Foundation, and that's the source. The higher bar, the kind of bluish bar, is residential. The reddish bar is industrial. And the lower bar is agricultural, which is farmland. The residential is higher because they buy up the residential and they can put in more densely populated residential complexes or towers. And industrial is second because then they could build larger commercial facilities. The farmland is the lowest because they want to buy up the farmland cheaply so they can turn it into either commercial or residential properties. It's kind of a scam in a way. Continuing on. But things are much worse here in Britain overall. American homes only cost around a third more to buy than they do to build. About 4/5 of American cities saw no gap at all between the house prices and the edge of town, and the building costs of such homes in the mid-2010s, implying no significant overall regulatory land use barriers to development in these places. And those two cite the sources down below. And it shows you here the graph. Values of homes, structures, and land underlying homes, including permissions per capita, 2021. You see France is at the top. The golden color is homes, and the turquoise-ish color on the right is land. As you can see, France, Germany, Denmark, United States, Norway, Netherlands. You have to go all the way down to, second from the bottom is the United Kingdom. The value is $48,000 for the homes, and the land is $113,500. So that's kind of interesting because that's what they want. They want the land, not the house. They'll knock down the house. The UK vastly has less structure value per capita than European competitors. And that's Tony Blair Institute. So take that with what you will, given the source. Because, they need to make money, so they'll try to sell things however. By contrast, the average UK house price is double the cost of building the house, and the shortage in the southeast is so severe that it is spilling over to places as far away as Bristol, Edinburgh, and Northampton. And let me get the full graph into view here. The gray area is the lower value area, of course, but as you can see, the density is kind of spiraling out from the London area. It's more expensive, basically, in London, and then everywhere else is starting to get more expensive in the south there. It's starting to spread like a little disease there, as you can see through the graph. Continuing on. The fundamental issue is that Britain cities are not allowed to expand upwards or outwards, whereas most American cities like those in France, Italy, and Germany have at least been able to sprawl. Under the liberal system of the 19th century, late 20th century, Cambridge's huge success in life sciences would have led to both taller buildings and many new suburbs. connecting to new train lines, trams, tubes, and roads. It would have a population of at least 1 million today, just as Glasgow grew from a population of 70,000 in the 1800s to over 700,000 in 1900 to facilitate its world-leading shipbuilding industry. Today, nearly all of the potential is blocked. Scarce property means people cannot move to take up the job opportunities on offer. Some businesses never start, others are not as productive as international competitors. Others fail to scale up to become unicorns or bigger. Cambridge is not alone. Many of our smaller, richer cities and towns, places like Oxford or York, cannot grow up or out. The people who might have lived there earning 600 or 700 a week, those are in pounds by the way, 600 or 700 pounds a week, instead of live in more deprived areas earning 400 pounds a week. The same is true of London. It is hard to build new housing or office spaces, making it hard for businesses to expand and hard for workers to move to these places to take up good jobs. And this graph is the prices to wages, the ratio of house prices to wages in England, 1850 to 2016. Although the end part of the graph isn't labeled after 2000, so you can see it was pretty high in 1850, and then it's dropped, even though it's climbed back up in 2000, but it's not anywhere near where it should be. The post-war housing system has underdelivered since the 1950s. The enormous improvements in housing affordability in the Victorian and Edwardian areas stalled as soon as the new system was introduced. The problem became ever more severe each decade. Even before the population began to rise rapidly, average private home sizes got smaller during the 1960s and 1970s. The problem has escalated into a disaster in the last few decades as massive net immigration. There's that word, net immigration, again. An aging population and unforeseen economic change have together led to huge unmet housing demand in the South. The social challenges that accompany high levels of immigration have been hugely amplified by the persistent lack of planning reform. The same failures of the planning system apply to factories, warehouses, offices, labs, data centers, film studios, and retail centers as well. In every area where Britain has nascent industrial advantage, we do our best to hold it back. That's, again, the commercial side being strangled. They want to buy up the farmland to build the commercial and the residential, but they want to buy the residential so they can knock down larger areas and build more densely populated buildings like towers and other complexes that would hold more people. They're not trying to deport the problem children. The last paragraph of the section: Britain's strongest industries are creative and intangible, yet we blocked a 750 million pound film studio from a dual carriageway right by the UK's strongest film cluster. Britain is the most advanced country per capita in artificial intelligence, but we blocked a 2.5 billion superhub data center site by the M25. Top talent from around the world flocks to work in biotech in Cambridge, yet we have starved the sector of lab space. Under 1% of Cambridge lab space is vacant. Prime city center office space and labs there are renting for even more than residential property. Well, yeah. You've got a supply issue, you're going to have higher prices. That's the end of this section. Please take a moment to look at the screen. This is a chapter break. You will see where else to find my work in case my work is modified by YouTube. Like, for example, music gets muted, things like that. Things are restricted, or they're not restricted on another platform. Infrastructure. From the 18th to the early 20th centuries, Britain easily had the best transport infrastructure in the world. In the 18th century, a total of 1,116 private companies built and renewed 22,000 miles of tolled roads, while other companies dug 4,000 miles of canals. The result was by far the biggest transport system in Europe. In the 19th century, Britain built a system of railways that is still impressive today, despite having hardly been added to since 1914. In fact, we have half as many miles of railway today than we did then. Wow, you've reduced the amount of railways. That's pretty sad. London had an extensive underground railway system in the 1860s, almost 4 decades before the underground metro line anywhere else in the world. In fact, the word metro for underground railway comes from the Metropolitan line, the world's first. In little more than a decade, around 1900, private entrepreneurs built 5 more underground lines totaling hundreds of kilometers, still at no cost to the taxpayer. 90 British municipalities laid electric tram networks in less than 20 years, including Europe's longest in London, while private companies created a gigantic fleet of motor buses. This superb transport system was one of the conditions of Britain's revolutionary economic expansion and of London's position as the foremost city and unquestioned economic capital of the globe. Well, that has long since changed, Britons. Remember that. You guys have not been taking care of your country. Figure 1 turnpike roads in major cities in 1750 and 1830. On 1750, it's on the left and it's pretty sparse. And then 1830, it's pretty dense. That's pretty good. You probably could have made it bigger if you weren't too busy fighting the United States in there in the 1770s and etc. I'm just teasing. Well, although Britain's historic infrastructure was largely delivered by the private sector and to a lesser extent by local councils, the state did have a role. Delivering national infrastructure is extremely difficult without compulsory purchase powers. If every property owner on the route of the railway can play holdout, it is extremely unlikely to be practicable to buy them all out voluntarily. Until the 1940s, these powers were created through private acts of Parliament. A select committee considered requests for compulsory purchase powers from the project's promoters, and if they believed the project was in the national interest, they created an ad hoc law giving the promoters the powers they needed to make it happen. This system was extraordinarily swift and inexpensive. That's because they didn't let regulation get in the way. The planning process for major national projects generally took months. And the pictures we got here, left one's from 1836. Railway network, it's pretty lame looking compared to 1901. 1901 is pretty dense in the lower half of the island, the main island. You know, the upper section's kind of getting the shaft, which isn't surprising, but at least they're connected. And London looks pretty dense there. That's in 1901. That's pretty impressive. And on the map, the red lines are the rail line, the dots are the major towns, and the gray spots are the coal fields, which there's not that many in Britain, which I'm kind of shocked by, considering. Alright, continuing on. By contrast, today's system is broken for a wide range of infrastructure, railways, trams, nuclear power, and more. Building building has become vastly more expensive than competitors across Europe and East Asia. The consenting of major projects usually takes years and sometimes decades. A suite of reforms in 2008 seem to have produced only moderate improvements, many of which have been lost. A key national strength has become a key national weakness. That's because in the run after President Reagan left office, George Herbert Walker Bush, the old man, he was Mr. New World Order, and Britain got on board with that, and so everything kind of went to crap. And it didn't help that Clinton was also New World Order, and your prime ministers were as well after Margaret Thatcher. Because Margaret Thatcher was actually against the European ideas that are prevalent in your countries today, or country, I should say. Since, technically Scotland's part of the thing, and then Northern Ireland. I think the whole Irish island should be part of the UK, but given the fact that things are kind of in the toilet, might be good, might not be good. I haven't really reviewed Ireland yet, and we'll get to them at some point. Let me continue on. Railways. On a per-mile basis, Britain now faces some of the highest railway costs in the world. These costs push numerous potential schemes into financial unviability, schemes that would have prospered in the past and that would prosper in other countries today. High construction costs are effectively precluding a rail transport boom such as Britain enjoyed in the 19th century, or France enjoyed today, or France is enjoying today. But French also have a lot of other strange problems, so the comparison to France is kind of ridiculous, honestly, because you're more comparable to like Canada, Australia, and the United States than you are really to France, because the French have their own weird way of doing things, and you need to stop giving them money, seriously. That's another thing that kind of saps your spending potential on improving infrastructure. Continuing on, even if it only had cost as much as it as planned in 2013, HS2 would probably have been between 2 to 4 times more expensive than high-speed rail lines in Italy and France. In fact, it cost a lot more. The section we will end up building will be between 4 and 8 times more expensive per mile than French or Italian high-speed rail projects. Well, hopefully they clearly defined that. We'll see. At £18.1 billion for the tunnel Paddington to Stratford section, the Elizabeth Line Crossrail was the second most expensive metro line ever built at £1.4 billion per mile. By comparison, Madrid built a 120-mile new underground network in 12 years, with much of the network open after just 4 years, for £68 million per mile. I'm glad they didn't switch between euros and pounds like they were earlier. 20 times cheaper than the Crossrail and 9 times cheaper than Jubilee Line extension built around the same time. Copenhagen built a 9.6-mile underground line in 2019, a total cost of £3.4 billion, or $350 million per mile. Ooh, 4 times cheaper. That's still kind of expensive. Crossrail 2, if it is ever built, is expected to cost even more than Elizabeth Line did per mile. They even go over the cost per mile while it's so freaking high. Like, what are they doing, like, while they're doing the tunnels that's making it cost so high? Or are those above ground lines? I'm not familiar with the lines personally. In that case, I'll figure it out later. Despite the astonishing construction cost, the Elizabeth Line is so valuable to London that it is probably still good value for the money. But if construction costs were more moderate, dozens of other rail schemes would be good value for money too. Underground construction costs. The average cost of building 1 mile of new metro underground line adjusted to 2023 prices in millions of pounds. Well, okay, so it's all underground stuff they're talking about there. That makes it clear. That's not something I would know, not being native to the UK. Alright, you got Spain at 113, Germany 227, Sweden 280, Norway 334, Italy 345, France 345. Japan's even cheaper at 372. Australia is at 411. And the UK, bringing up the place behind Australia, there's 676 millions of pounds there. And the only ones that are higher cost are Canada and the US. But that's probably because of the exchange rate in the US versus the pound. I mean, that's ridiculous. I was looking at that the other day, and something I was interested in the UK in is like 500 pounds UK, and it was like something like $700 US. It's like ridiculous. And the source on that graph is Britain Remade. You can get the data directly through that link if you actually were to go to the Foundry's website there. Alright, continuing on. Britain has also lagged behind on electrification, one of the most important transformations in modern railway technology. Electrified railways are simply better. They allow trains to accelerate faster and reach higher speeds. Electric trains require at least 5 times less maintenance and suffer fewer breakdowns compared to diesel trains. Less moving parts. Driving huge gains in reliability. Like I said, less moving parts. That's only the reason why. But you still have to run the power. You probably have to have redundancies in case somebody gets electrocuted on the track and you have to shut down a section of track. Anyways, these lower maintenance costs combined with the fact that expensive diesel isn't needed to power the trains, meaning that electrification often saves money in the long run. Well, they don't have to power the trains with the diesel directly. What they do, probably indirectly via the whole system, have a diesel backup system in case the electric grid goes down or can't power everything. In the 1890s, electrification rapidly transformed intercity rail transport. In London, along the northern Piccadilly, Bakeroo, Central, and Waterloo and City lines were operated between 1890 and 1906, transforming urban mobility and galvanizing a wave of suburban expansion. But although inner-city electrification has been possible for many decades, it has been adopted painfully slowly. Just 38% of Britain railways are electrified compared to 71% of railways in Italy, 61% in Germany, and 55% in France. India recently electrified hundreds and thousands of kilometers of network in just 10 years. It is now 94% electrified. Once more, the key constraint is cost. British per mile electrification costs more than double those of Germany or Denmark. Yeah, probably because of the density and probably because of the requirements to hold up the ground after you dig the tunnel, because everything underneath it might go collapsing, so yeah, that might be why. Given how unreliable some of India's stuff is, I wouldn't take too much stock into the India thing, because they've had lots of issues with their trains and stuff. Continuing on. Trams are potentially a far cheaper way of doing mass transit and underground railways. In the early 20th century, some 200 Britain towns and cities had trams, an immense network that flowed between 1890 and 1950s, enabling urban expansion, economic growth, and higher living standards. Due to their efficiency on heavily traveled routes, many countries now renewing and reopening tram lines. Outstanding case is France, which has built 21 trams in recent decades. Britain has begun to make efforts to do the same, but Britain's tram projects are 2.5 times more expensive than French projects per mile, hamstringing the renaissance of the tram in this country. There is now French cities of 150,000 people with fast modern tram systems, towns comparable in size to Carlisle or Lincoln. It is inconceivable.
Inconceivable. Inconceivable! 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 Inconceivable!
You keep using the word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
that cities in this size would get trams in England at current build costs. This has led to some profoundly dissatisfying outcomes. Leeds is now the largest city in Europe without a metro system. There is about 830,000 people in the official Greater Leeds area, 2.3 million in the broader metropolitan area, and 2.6 million within 50 kilometers. The same as Munich. So basically you got a city the size of Munich that doesn't have any fat rapid transit system. That's kind of screwed up. I mean, even Washington D.C. has a transit system. That's pretty sad. That's the capital city of our country, but it's not the capital city when it comes to what we call subway systems, what you guys call tubes and all that. Let me continue. Munich has an 11.4 kilometer tunnel in the center of the city, allowing it to turn its 7 commuter railways into cross rails, plus 8 underground metro lines with around 100 stations totaling more than 100 kilometers in length. In 1993, the John Major government granted all necessary powers to build a Leeds supertram, but it would have costed £1 billion, 1.6 billion in 2023 prices. See, it's gonna be up to like 2.5 billion pounds here in a minute. On a per mile basis, twice the cost of the average French tramway. This is a key reason why it hasn't been built. No, key reason why it hasn't been built. Let me finish the sentence. This is a key reason why it hasn't been built in the 31 years since. The key reason it hasn't been built is because there's too much regulation and red tape associated with it. That's the only reason things that really don't get built. Because it happens quite a bit in the US in certain areas. It's especially ironic failure given that a daring private company opened Europe's first overhead-powered tram network in Leeds in 1891, a widely successful project that was subsequently emulated in every major city. Leeds got left behind because London basically got all the niceties that Leeds did not. Why is infrastructure so expensive in Britain? There is a range of approximate causes for Britain's high-priced infrastructure costs. Some of them are unalterable. For example, Britain was the first place to install below-street utilities, so we don't have a very good idea of the pipes hidden under our feet. And tunneling through soft London City can perversely be more difficult than throughout hard Norwegian rock. But many of the key factors have appeared during the last 2-3 decades, the period in which infrastructure costs have exploded. The first bullet point is we gold plate designs, spending extra billions on features that don't enhance functionality, as with the award-winning Jubilee line stations, or the plan for HS2 to run 60 kilometers per hour faster than a typical European high-speed rail. What's wrong with going fast? And what's wrong with gold plating stuff? That's what I gotta say to that. Older infrastructure systems like the Victorian line, the DLR, or the Corodion tram link made do with the simpler repeated station designs which hugely reduced their cost. The same tends to be true with continental transport infrastructure today. The next bullet point, we waste money on newt and bat surveys and other environmental assessments, like 18,000 pages costing 32 million on reopening just 3 miles of track for the Bristol Portshead rail link. The Jubilee line extension environmental statement in the early 90s was just 400 pages long. Ouch. I guess, you want to take the record for, burning down a forest, just print your environmental studies, huh? I guess you guys need tablets and do everything on tablets then. The next bullet point is HS2 will be required to dig 105 kilometers of tunnels and cutting between London and Birmingham to avoid disturbing landscapes at fantastical expense to the British people. Can't you guys do a better job than that? That just seems a little ridiculous. I don't like that. The UK is vulnerable to judicial review. The Arconus Conventions mean that campaigners can sue projects and hold them up for years at little cost, even when they know they will lose or at a cost of billions. or at a cost of stupid environmentalists. Oh, we're gonna hurt the dirt clog. It never did anybody to anybody. Oh man, that's exactly what they do here. We have excessive consultants and produce excessive documents like a 339,000 page prepared for the lower Thames crossing across many rounds of consultation. What do you need multiple rounds of consultation for? It's amazing you guys get up and get dressed in the morning and take a shower if you take a shower. Shit. We often redesign projects many times in response to successive waves of stakeholder interventions. Successful projects manage this by empowering specialists to make engineering and design decisions on the fly. Unsuccessful projects use generalists or consultants who have reapproved every small edit they make. Instead of pipeline of projects, we have a feast or famine approach. Germany electrifies roughly 200 kilometers of track every year, while Britain oscillates between electrifying 0 and up to 900. Does that mean they actually get it done? This inconsistency prevents businesses from investing in equipment and training construction workers and stops civil servants developing expertise about efficiently running these projects. Well, you've got basically two tiers of governments, so yeah. The last bullet point is all these problems lead to high borrowing costs for the engineering companies contracted to deliver projects because of the risk they incur. I.e., basically 2/3 of the cost of the Hinkley Point C is financing the project. Ew. Analysis of the failures of British infrastructure delivery tends to stop here, but we believe that these proximate causes largely arise from a common source, which is the excessive centralization of funding and consenting of infrastructure on the national government that has steadily taken place since 1990s. This has dramatically narrowed the constituency who want infrastructure projects to go ahead while also wanting to minimize their costs. The various ways in which British infrastructure projects have become increasingly slow, contested, and expensive are all functions of this underlying mechanism. Is this where the defeatism comes in? Like, is this how it's born? Because it's getting a little ridiculous here. All those pages of stuff just for an assessment. In the 19th century and early 20th century, infrastructure was generally funded and delivered privately. The railway system, the canal network, the turnpike roads, and the London Underground were all built by private companies. Quasi-private models remained common to the end of the 20th century, including build, own, operate, transfer, the Channel Tunnel, and the private finance initiative M6 toll tram link. Other schemes were delivered through arm's length bodies like London Transport, Victoria Line. Others still were delivered by local governments. Most of Britain's 300-some tram networks were laid by local authorities with neither support nor direction from national government. Very interesting. That means London's been screwing shit up, kind of like how Farage does with reform. Moving on. In all these cases, there's a strong constituency who both strongly want the project to go ahead and also want costs to stay low. Private companies may literally cease to exist if they fail to deliver their product while keeping costs reasonably low. And although local governments will continue to exist in some form, local councillors will be punished severely by the small local electorates who have to pick up the bill generated by their mismanagement. Companies and financially responsible local governments thus have a vivid interest in keeping costs down if they are on the hook for them, and they will lobby zealously against cost bloating. The leading historian of Britain's tram networks writes, the ardent desire of local councils that tram networks turn a profit, which could then be used to subsidize other services or cut local rates. Sure enough, councils vigorously cut costs, dispensing with the expensive underground wire systems that were widely used in continental cities as a stop to local objectors. And you will notice that stop is spelled wrong if you're reading the screen. It's spelled S-O-P. It threw me when I originally recorded it. This pattern of behavior continues to hold today in many countries. French cities pay 50% towards nearly all mass transit projects that affect them, and sometimes 100%, with regional and national government contributing the rest. Unsurprisingly, they fight energetically to suppress cost bloat and generally succeed. The Madrid Metro, one of the world's finest systems, was funded entirely by the Madrid region. A small and poor municipality, then London, succeeded in financing 203 kilometers of metro extensions with 132 stations between 1995 and 2011, about 13 times the length of the contemporary Jubilee Line extension in London. Other countries still operate systems of private infrastructure delivery. Tokyo's legendary transit network is delivered and regularly expanded by private companies who fund development by speculating on land around stations. France's superb system of motorways is built and maintained by private companies who manage them with vigor and financial discipline. In Britain, the centralization of infrastructure delivery in the national government has fundamentally weakened this incentive. No public body will ever have quite the existential interest in the cost control that a private one does, but national government also has a weaker interest in it than a financially responsible local government does, because of the cost is diffused around a vastly larger electorate. The £300 million spent on the Lower Thames Crossing consenting process is one of the greatest absurdities of modern British governance, but it still comes to less than £5 per British person, which that's kind of a bullshit analogy. For almost any given infrastructure project, the national government can waste money buying off militant stakeholder groups, and the immediate cost remains invisibly small to the huge electorate that ultimately bears it. But the aggregate effect of all these small payoffs is outrageous cost bloat, unaffordable infrastructure, and the relative impoverishment of the country. Because the £5 per British person is stacked upon the £10 for something else, £20 for this, £50 for that. Yeah, that analogy is complete crap, okay? Consider the Edinburgh tram. It was built in 2 phases. The first, completed in 2014, was described as hell on wheels by its former chairman, overrunning from a £545 million budget to a £776 million budget. Of the original budget, £500 million came directly from the Scottish government, and £45 million was provided by the council. The second, completed in 2013, was funded by borrowing against future fare revenues. It came in at about 30% cheaper per mile. Most of the proximate causes listed above are in ways which this underlying pattern manifests itself. Profligate, gold plating, exorbitant community compensation, endless rounds of consultation, elaborate legal obligations, reliance on consultants, and so on are all naturally arise when none of the parties involved has any serious incentive to oppose them. If Britain wants affordable infrastructure, it needs a system in which those who make the decisions to spend money also bear some of the costs of doing so. That's called business basics right there, buddy. That's kind of strange that an economist would actually do that. The most conspicuous result of the cost bloat is, of course, the infrastructure projects that do happen to tend to be wildly expensive. But perhaps the most important effect is the projects that do not happen at all. Treasury believes that under current conditions, public infrastructure projects in Britain will be wastefully mismanaged. Well, duh. Its only way of protecting public finances is thus by blocking these projects altogether, given the means available to it. This decision is often the correct one. Well, I need an example. But stepping back, we should recognize that many of the projects blocked by the Treasury could have value for money if only they were delivered at costs that were historically and remain internationally normal. The notorious feast and famine procurement pattern of some of the types of British infrastructure is also thought to be a consequence of this. The Treasury blocks routine schemes, so only schemes with exceptional political or economic support take place, which by nature arise only intermittently and unpredictably. Well, that's not good. Not good at all. The theory that infrastructure costs are prone to bloating when they are paid for centrally is supported by the example of the one-of-a-kind infrastructure that has remained relatively cheap, namely roads. Despite big failures like the Lower Thames crossing, Britain ranks mid-table overall, a better performance than any other infrastructure type. The reason for this is that the roads directly benefit a much wider constituency than any given railway project. Well, also that, and you're not building it underground for the most part, right? Pretty much anyone in the nearby area rather than just the people within about 1 kilometer of a given station. What's more, 94% of miles traveled in the UK are on roads, 80% in private cars and 14% on buses and coaches. So many more people see themselves as having a stake in the issue. Yeah, because a vehicle represents freedom, and a lot of Britons that like to take the railway system, especially the Londoners that don't know what a vehicle is, the ones born in London that weren't transplants to London, they're not as bright as those that were born outside of London. Because a car, a vehicle, a truck equals freedom, period. And they don't understand that in a lot of cases until they have to avoid the zombie apocalypse. Which is every single time Labor's in charge. The tendency for the local obstructionism is less weaker, and even national government tends to not end up with sprawling costs. For the bulk of the projects funded, or in part funded, and delivered by local councils themselves, the effect is even stronger. This is why the M25 could be delivered affordably through traditional planning system, even with the spectacular 39 separate inquiries. In 1987, the first election after M25 was finished and open, Margaret Thatcher's Conservatives won every constituency the road went through, including large swings of historic Labour seats like Thurrock. Well, you can't really defeat the Iron Lady. I mean, she could wipe the floor with your British Hitler very easily if she was around now. But this model only works for this kind of local, uncontroversial infrastructure. For the contentious but vital projects the country needs railways, viaducts, bridges, nuclear power stations, tramways, wind farms. You don't need wind farms. Wind farms are complete crap. You need more nuclear power stations, I'll give you that. Systemic reform, let me reread that. For the contentious but vital projects that the country needs, railways, viaducts, bridges, nuclear power stations, trams, wind farms, a systemic reform is needed. Well, yeah, that's needed, but you also need the people in the right places to get that job done. Why this matters? Because of bad delivery mechanisms, British infrastructure is delivered slowly and at great cost. When infrastructure is costly, less of it is delivered. To understand how bad this is, it is worth reviewing why infrastructure is important. Like housing, transport infrastructure is vitally important for growth because it determines who can do which jobs. Reliable, fast transport infrastructure allows people to access a wider range of job options and businesses to access a wider pool of talent to employ and to transport goods and services more easily. By increasing the speed you can get around, infrastructure expands the effective economic size of a city, no less effectively than building more houses does. Well, you need to do both, actually. You need to expand commercial, you need to expand housing. They need to be expanded together, right, basically. A 10% increase in the number of jobs accessible per worker increases productivity 2.4%. A 10% increase in commuting speed increases the size of the labor market by 15 to 18%. Without the M25, the suburban railway network, places like Seven Oaks, Luton, Reading, Guildford, Stansted, Chelmsford, and Woking would not be tied economically to the broader London metropolis. Companies in those places would not be able to hire from as big a pool. People living there would not be able to reach the best jobs. Okay, when it comes to these cities, your British cities, please, somebody in the comments, tell me how to say some of these things, because I don't know. I really don't know. It also enables internal and cross-border trade. The Eurostar helps British services firms sell to Parisian and Brussels companies. Heathrow is a core reason why international firms have headquarters in London. The strategic road network lets companies and consumers all over the country import and export goods throughout the country's seaports. Britain's transport infrastructure deficit means it forgoes these benefits. We can't build new tramways or metro cheaply in Birmingham. So the city is riddled with road congestion, and people choose lower paying jobs with worse working conditions because they're easy to get to rather than because they're the best for their careers. Well, there's lots of reasons people choose different jobs. Without the lower Thames crossing, road haulage to and from the ports of Dover and Felixstowe has to move over the congested and farther flung Dartford crossing, slowing down and raising costs for Britain firms looking to trade internationally. Now there's a nice big old map here, so you're going to have to give me a few minutes before we get started on that. Not a few minutes, but a few moments. Starting in the upper left-hand corner, it says, for the map, travel to work in England and Wales. What does this map show? The flow map shows the commuting connections between places in England, Wales, at the time of the 2011 census, not consensus. I was saying consensus before when I read this before. There are about 2.4 million individual area interactions out of the possible there are 2.4 million individual area interactions. I can talk, I swear I can talk. There are about 2.4 million individual area interactions out of the possible 51 million. In many ways, it tells us what we already know about commuting patterns, but does it so in a visual way. It also helps highlight the dominance of London and the individual commuter belts located elsewhere in the country, such as those in Northeast, Northwest, and Midlands. I have labeled many individual towns and cities, but many more have been left off for clarity. And we'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the map here. As you can see in the map's corner, there's London down there, and it's the brightest thing. Newcastle at the very top there is pretty bright. It's brighter than Leeds. Leeds is right, kind of not at the top, but lower, and it's next to Manchester. Manchester looks quite a bit better in terms of density than Leeds does. Let me see. Zoom in here. Got Leeds. Sheffield looks okay. Nottingham looks good. Leicester. Birmingham actually looks a little better than Leeds does. And Coventry looks good. Northampton looks good. Luton looks like it's kind of like a flyover or fly-through station for the rest of the country. It's not as sparsely populated. Oxford's kind of got a little bit right off to the left there to Luton. Then you got Swindon to the left of that. And you got Bristol. You got Newport, Cardiff, Swansea, Taunton. And as we go farther down, Exeter, Torquay, Plymouth, and that makes up the western section. Then going east, we have Poole, Bournemouth, Southampton, Portsmouth, Worthing, Brighton, Eastbourne, Hastings, and all the way to the west there is Margate. You have Gillingham, Maidstone, Tunbridge, Crawley, and then going west, Southend, Chelmsford, Colchester, Ipswich, is in Norwich, Cambridge looks okay. Here, I'll zoom out so you can see the full thing again. If you want, take a moment to pause and look at this. I'll leave this here for a second. And then I'm going to read the technical info in the right-hand corner there. The technical info and other info, created using a combination of map info, QGIS, ArcGIS, GIMP, blood, sweat, and tears, census travel, and census travel to work data. The expert map info skills of Ed Ferrari came in very handy. James Chester and Ollie O'Brien did a version first, which you can easily find online. Flows visualized here are between individual MSOAs in England and Wales only, of which there are 7,201. There are about 2.5 million flow lines and 26 million movers in the dataset, but I've only filtered in to show connections of 10 or more. The font is Ubuntu condensed, and it's Alistair Ray, University of Sheffield, August 8th, 2024. Yes, I said August 8th, 2024, not 08 August, not 08 August 2014. It's 2014 is the year. That's the proper year. Do with that as you may, and I will go ahead and continue on to the rest of the article here. Underneath the flow map is commuting flows in England and Wales. High quality infrastructure is the reason why so many can commute miles to bigger job markets than where they live. Yeah, that's true, but you're also in a small island. Continuing on. A second and vitally important benefit from all infrastructure is that without it, locals oppose new homes near them. If there is already congestion on the roads they use, or they are already unable to get a seat on their morning train, they have a powerful reason to oppose new development. Thus, new infrastructure enables new homes, makes them more politically easier to build. The infrastructure deficit makes them correspondingly harder. And I'm going to add to do so. As they say, emphasis added. In some cases, the infrastructure deficit is literally making new development in Britain unlawful. Because Britain has not built a new reservoir for 30 years, there are chronic water shortages in east of England. This means that an environment agency has begun to block new housing on the basis that it can only be supplied with water through drawing on environmentally valuable chalk streams. Well, build new freaking reservoirs, you dickheads. The result is that virtually unlawful for the government to permit the expansion of Cambridge, leading to the gradual strangulation of Britain's biotech industry. The same problem will compromise any new town scheme that the government wants to initiate in large parts of the country. This chapter is focused on the deficit in transport infrastructure, but there is another infrastructure deficit that is at least as grave: energy. Energy costs are rising steeply in Britain, starving energy-intensive industries and undermining living standards. This disastrous trend has deep causes to which we turn into the next chapter. And we will cut it here, right there, for now. And then I will read the next chapter later. Or, well, you'll see it. Please take a moment to look at the screen. This is a chapter break. You will see where else to find my work in case my work is modified by YouTube. Like, for example, music gets muted, things like that. Things are restricted, or they're not restricted on another platform. Britain, the first energy superpower. Between 1550 and 1700, Britain transformed from a normal European country depending on peat and wood for heating homes to by far Europe's biggest coal producer and consumer. Every coal producing region upped its output by at least 10 times. By 1640, Britain was mining around 1.5 million tons of coal per year, about 3 times as much as the rest of Europe put together. This energy boom set off growth in an uncountable number of other industries. The Firth of Forth started exporting salt all over Europe, including to salt-producing regions like Low Countries. Britain's coal allowed it to become a major producer of soap, candles, starch, salt peach for gunpowder, alum, and kappas for fixing dyes into clothes, as well as being used in brewing, dyes, making malt, baking bread, making tiles and bricks, forging and working iron, copper, brass, lead, silver, and tin, glass, and bending staves and beams for barrels and ships. It went much farther than these cases. Coal is used to produce lime. Cheaper and more abundant coal meant dramatically more lime. Dramatically more lime meant dramatically more fertilizer, which meant more productive grain fields. More salt meant more meat and fish More salt meant more meat and fish preservation, raising the productivity of pasture land. Peatlands and hearths were no longer necessary for fuel. Peatlands and hearths were no longer necessary for fuel, so they could be converted to arable land or pastures. All this meant more muscle power. Horses, oxen, which powered the earliest machinery. These animals were put to an enormous range of uses, and their extreme proliferation in Britain wowed Europeans throughout the 1600s and 1700s, and it meant more human muscle power. The average Briton ate something like 600 calories per day than the average Frenchman, and was about 5 centimeters taller. Okay. I wonder if they drank more or less back then. I wonder what the difference would be. All this is to say that Britain was the first energy superpower, and it built its global economic dominance on the back of above all, cheaper and more abundant energy than anyone else until the 1920s, when it produced more energy per person than any other country. Until the 1960s, it produced more energy than any other country but America. A graph shows by 1965, Britain had more nuclear reactors than the rest of the world combined. Number of operational nuclear reactors in 1965, UK had 21, US had 12, USSR 3, Canada 2, France 2, and it sources the world of engineering. All right, as coal's enormous downsides were recognized, horrific lung issues for those mining it and inhaling its fumes, as well as devastating smogs, and in 1956 it became the first of all countries to move the energy technology of the future, nuclear. In its early years, Britain was the world's leader in nuclear power. In 1965, we had 21 nuclear reactors compared to the 19 in the rest of the world combined. Uranium's energy density, 3 million times higher than coal, suggested that it could be much cheaper as a source of power, since it would not necessitate so much mining and transportation. We didn't realize that nuclear power could also help us avoid damaging climate change, but we continued down that path, we would have inadvertently decarbonized like France. I don't know about that statement, but I'll leave that up to Paul Burgess. He can explain that to you. The picture shows nuclear power in 2022 was less than half its 1998 peak. And it's not interactive. The source is the Digest of UK Energy Statistics 2023 and earlier. In 96, it says 98 was the peak, so that kind of sloped off. If we had kept pace with the rate of nuclear rollout that we had between 1956 and 1998 by extending the lifetimes of our older plants and adding newer ones, today we would be producing around 150 terawatt hours of nuclear power per year, or around 50% of our total current electricity generation. But we did not. Nuclear power in Britain is now half what it was at its peak, and energy costs today are higher than they have been for a century. Well, going back to the older technology doesn't always work. Energy costs. UK industrial energy prices rose by 153% between 2004 and 2021, adjusted for inflation. Changes in the average industrial energy prices and CPIH, and the index is, 2004 there equals 100. So that's your baseline. And this is an interactive graph, and as you can see, it goes up. Played not so nice. But I wanted to get the graph in case I had problems trying to get it later. And then this is the CPIH line. The CPIH line. It's going up, but it's pretty steady. There are good reasons to want the UK to have a large, productive industrial base, but any industrial strategy aimed at doing this must first reckon with enormous rises in energy prices for UK businesses since the mid-2000s. The industrial price of electricity rose by 153%. Well, if you're producing less electricity, the prices are going to go up. And it's adjusted for inflation, but, if your peak was 98, that's after your peak, so it just started going up. And then and it rose even more brutally again after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Very large industrial customers, those consuming 70,000 to 150,000 megawatt hours of electricity every 6 months, paid more than twice as much in Britain. 13.79 pence per kilowatt hour for electricity in 2021, as their counterparts in France did, which is 6.62 pence per kilowatt hour. And again, the gap has grown since Russian invasion of Ukraine. Well, you want to blame Russia for everything. How about blaming the fact that you shut down the reactors and you have less reactors than you do before? See, that's kind of BS right there. You don't need to be blaming Ukraine for you shutting down reactors. That's total crap. That's total crap right there. Let me finish this paragraph. Even if energy costs eventually fall back to normal pre-war levels, they are still much more expensive in real terms than 20 years ago. Fixing this has been step one for any serious industrial strategy. The next graph is very large British businesses paid 118% more for electricity than French ones did in 2021. This one looks interactive. Graph is down at 1998. As you can see, it's going up. It's basically, it's more, it doubles. Let's see, where does it actually double at? It doesn't, it's not fully cooperating with me, but as you can see, it's going up, but by 09, it's more than double. And it does dip in 10. I don't know why it dipped, probably because of the recession. And it went down to 6.87 pence there, but it had a previous high of 8.23 pence, basically in, 09? Before the crash, or during the crash? It's kind of strange. And it goes up. Here, you can keep track of it. The blue line is the French average. You don't really diverge until about 2006. So you must have shut down quite a few reactors between 98 and 06, even though that other graph, it does show a decline, but it doesn't give me the exact number. That's why I don't like having graphs like this. Sometimes you can't get clear data. I mean, I can look at the Department of Energy and net zero. I mean, pretty sure that's what's leading to it. Here, let me finish going through the French side of the graph. I'm doing this because in case the graphs start working or stop working, and this is going to be the only source for people to actually look at things, because like sometimes the dang things don't even load for me when I'm doing this. Alright, high energy costs are a problem across the developed world. Energy consumption per capita is even the energy consumption per capita in even the relatively fast-growing United States has flattened from the early 1970s oil crisis onwards, but things are much worse here. Yeah. Okay. Well, they're much worse because you decided to turn off your reactors. And I don't know the reasoning for that yet. I'll have to look that up at a different time. And this is energy use per person. And we have the United States at the top. We have Germany, France, and the United Kingdom's kind of going towards the bottom because, I mean, less available energy, less usage of the energy. And I noticed that, yeah, see, it's interactive. So at 65, you can see there. I'm going to go across the US line, the Germany, and call it C, so you can see what's going on. And I'm just going to go across the, I'm not going to go across the France line. I wanted to do UK. And you can clearly see the French line. Let me do that again, because it wasn't cooperating exactly. Well, as you can see, the usage for the United Kingdom has dropped, basically because the energy rates have gone through the roof, and then you're importing people that basically use wood and do burning stuff to keep warm, so they don't really live in electricity prone areas. So, they're huddled like 12 to a person in a room, which can't be fun. Let me read Let me continue reading. The energy used per person has long been far behind that of the United States, but it fell behind both France and Germany in the post-war era. Despite moderate improvements under Thatcher, it has slid since the mid-2000s to fall further below other countries. Yeah, because Thatcher still had the plants going. She didn't leave office until 1990, so keep that in mind. That was 8 years after, your peak was 1998, 8 years after she left. And then it's per capita electricity generation. I'll just do the United Kingdom for reference for you guys, because it'll show everything else. Britain's energy use per capita of GDP is now the lowest in the G7. It is lower than nearly every region, every non-tax haven in both Europe and the OECD. By many measures, Britain is the most energy-starved nation in the developed world, and you're doing it to yourself on purpose. That's the screwed up part about it. Okay, the problem of high energy costs for manufacturing was raised by Mario Draghi's recent report on EU competitiveness, which highlighted the strong correlation between the industry's energy intensiveness and its decline since the outbreak of the Ukraine war. Draghi also warned that the EU's traditional manufacturing strengths, such as automobiles, were at risk of being outcompeted by other countries with cheaper energy. And here's the energy-intensive manufacturing challenges little graph thing here. You've got the various products. And bubble size turnover. Let's see what it says here for that. Yet British firms pay on average 60% more for electricity than French ones. The gap is larger for larger customers, as mentioned above. See, you're already taxing the quote-unquote rich, so that's why people are leaving your country. That's getting ridiculous. The total energy used by the steel industry has fallen to about 3/4 in the last 2 decades because you're importing steel from China. Ugh, I hate this section. I'm not liking this section at all. Completely ignoring, the fact that you're importing more stuff to try to compensate for you shutting stuff down. UK Steel says that long-standing uncompetitive electricity prices have constrained UK investment in steel production for some time, and in 2022, when Russia's invasion of Ukraine drove energy prices to the highest levels ever, some steel plants paused production at times of the day when prices were spiking, and steel is only one example. CF Fertilizers recently closed an ammonia plant in Billingham permanently because of Britain's high. You're gonna ruin your country with this crap. I didn't actually finish that. As steel is only one example, CF Fertilizers recently closed its ammonia plant in Billingham permanently because of Britain's high energy costs. And another graph is by 2021, average UK industrial prices were 38% higher than France and 118% higher than the United States. I'm just going to go over it again. Oh, this one's not as cool as the other ones. But you can see it's going way up there. You're at 18.55 pence to 11.12 pence for France and 7.21 pence for the USA. And that little red shadow is Ukraine war. Even writing off industrial production together would not make this problem go away. Data centers, the infrastructure backbone of the internet, have become even more essential as artificial intelligence has risen since they were required for both training and the use of AI models, and they require enormous amounts of electricity. A large data center can require over 100 megawatts of power, more than 300,000 homes. Electricity is so essential to data center out. It's, well, we don't spell it like that. To data centers output that their scale is typically measured in terms of their electricity needs instead of their square footage. Last year, they accounted for 21% of Ireland's total electricity use. See, why are you including Ireland when they're technically the main island? The main part of the island's not technically part of the UK. I mean, I believe it should be, but that's beside the point. At a minimum, this will be important for Britain in some scenarios for the near future. Virtually nothing matters more than Britain building many large, well-powered data centers. I don't know about that. I mean, you can't replace people for a lot of things, and you idiots think you can do that. So the AI thing is just a new version of the smart. It's going to go down the toilet and be useless, and everybody's going to be dumber for it. So thank you for that. Unfortunately, most prominent examples of industrial strategy ignore the high energy costs by far of the biggest problem facing British industry today. Subsidies for British industry, like the recent commitment to give Tata £500 million to invest in steelmaking here, are an expensive sticking plaster on the much bigger wound. I wouldn't call it a plaster, I'd call it a cheap Band-Aid. Yet just over 3/4 of the energy we use still comes from gas and oil, directly heating our houses and powering our cars. Gas is also widely used for industrial heat generation, but we are attempting to electrify our economy. You have to go back to nuclear if you want to do that. You can't do anything other than nuclear in that case. Which means, let me go back on that. But we are attempting to electrify our economy, which means replacing gas boilers with heat pumps and petrol cars with electric cars. It's not going to work. Electric cars are inefficient, especially in cold weather. Like, in cold weather, the efficiency at a minimum drops 20% for the range. And this is mostly due to the fact that you're running, space heaters for the people. And you're still basically having to keep you have to actually warm up the ion lithium batteries because they can't operate below freezing. So you actually have to keep the batteries in a good temperature range. So EVs are not really good. They can't replace internal combustion engines at this point in time. Shifting to road electric vehicles will create 40% more total electricity demand. And that's another thing. You can't handle the demand already. Data centers are entirely reliant on electricity. Rising temperatures from climate change will necessitate more use of air conditioning that runs on electricity. So it's especially worrying that there are so far behind peer economies on electricity generation and have been generating less and less electricity since the start of the century. Well, also you want to consider the fact that the highest solar panel efficiency is like 27%. It's like 27 and change. They're not even at 30% for a single solar panel. So all those solar panels, only 30% of the surface area of a solar panel is being used. And yeah, they can work now on a cloudy day, but 30% of the square panel is only technically being used at any given point. That's how pathetic the solar panel stuff is. Don't get me started on wind. That is actually a risk for wildlife. Birds get killed by the windmills from the wind farms. You can look up what's been done to the birds in various areas that have had the thing, because like you can even find videos of dead birds all around the windmills because they got hit by them. Alright, if energy stagnation is as some economists and engineers have suggested a cause for the West slowdown over the past 50 years, then it should be no surprise that Britain's economy has fared as badly as it has. all along with inadequate housing, transport. This is one of the most fundamental weaknesses of the contemporary British economy. Well, the most contemporary one right now is your mass immigration driving down wages, and people can't live, they can't even remotely buy a house, they can't even rent a place to live. They're better off just buying a tent. Any attempt to change course and to accept the central importance of cheap, abundant energy to prosperity. Yeah, why don't you work on hydrogen like they were doing in the movie Chain Reaction from way back when? You should watch that movie if you haven't. Intermittent renewable and energy prices. Climate change is a serious challenge. Britain has committed with the rest of the developed world to bring its carbon emissions down significantly over the next 3 decades. Yet China doesn't have to bring down their emissions. You should think about that. You're getting robbed, just like the US is. Greenhouse gas emitters do not bear the true cost they impose on the world. A border-adjusted carbon tax that makes them pay the social cost of the emissions they created would make it the true cost of their emissions clear and would make cleaner forms of energy significantly more cost competitive. Whenever you read that, because it's about stupid climate credits and crap that's useless. Because the carbon tax is stupid. It doesn't actually do anything. A border-adjusted carbon tax that made them pay the social cost of the emissions they created would make the true cost of their emissions clear and would make cleaner forms of energy significantly more cost competitive. No, you're just shifting the cost to elsewhere. That's just dumb. And possibly outright cheaper, which is a lie. It would also provide an automatic impetus to develop and adopt techniques like carbon capture and carbon removal. Well, CO2 is actually not a bad thing. Plants use it. They like it. Let me continue. The carbon taxes have often failed politically where they have been tried pushing politicians towards subsidies, price guarantees, and other incentives to move to clean energy sources instead. Though this approach still tilts the balance towards cleaner technologies, its true costs are hidden, and because this approach necessitates the government picking winners, it may mean paths to decarbonization are much more costlier than others. Intermittent renewables which are primarily wind and solar panel. Oh, let me start that over again. Intermittent renewables which are primarily wind and solar power in the British market are sources that, though clean, cannot. Again, I'll start. Intermittent renewables, which are primarily wind, solar power, and intermittent renewables, which are primarily wind and solar panel in the British market, are sources that, though clean, cannot produce a consistent supply of electricity and cannot be turned on at will. This means that the marginal price of electricity as traded between generators and energy suppliers is largely set by the marginal cost of booting up power plants that can produce enough to meet demand at any given time. Usually these plants run on natural gas. This means that short-term wholesale electricity prices tend to be set by gas prices. Wow, that's not news. The price of electricity is actually paid by consumers, however, differs from the wholesale cost of electricity as traded between generators and suppliers. This wholesale cost is only 30 to 40% of the total bill that a consumer pays. Electricity consumers, which include both industrial and households, need to pay for the cost of the entire electricity system, not just the generation. the transmission distribution networks, the growing cost of balancing grid, plus margin for suppliers, plus the policy cost of whatever subsidies to electricity generators the government has seen fit to pay, plus the cost of contracts for rarely used but essential emergency backup generation. There is no necessary reason why these costs need to fall on energy consumers. Some could equally be paid from general taxation, but either way the cost must be paid. You know how you pay the costs? You fire up the nuclear reactors and you get all the nuclear reactors that you can get online, and then it drives the cost way down until the renewable energies can be actually useful. Therefore, from the perspective of a consumer, what matters is not the price of electricity from a given wind farm as traded on the wholesale market, but the total cost of the entire electricity supply system. It is commonplace to claim that electricity generated from wind or solar panel is cheaper than electricity from traditional power plants, yet the more wind and solar we hook up to the grid, the more fossil fuel plants we retire. The higher the bills seem to go. Well, yeah. And this is the cost of main environmental levies, renewable obligation, and what is the units? Oh, billions per annum? 6.8 billion for 2022-2023 goes up to 7 billion pounds. So it's 6.8 billion pounds per annum. Then in 2023 to 24, it's supposed to go to 7 billion pounds. Then it's supposed to go to 7.9 billion. Then 8.2 billion, 8.4 billion. Then it's supposed to go to 6.6 billion. Whereas there's supposed to be some projected online stuff that we don't know about, or I'm not aware of. Anyways, let me read. You can look at the graph yourself. It's kind of useless because it's projections. It's not. It's a forecast. It's not actually useful. In fact, intermittent renewable energy is nowhere near commercially competitive according to the Office of Budget Responsibility and Ofgem. The direct cost of subsidies of renewable power generation now exceeds 10 billion pounds a year across the renewables obligation contracts for difference and feed-in tariff schemes, which provide a guaranteed price for electricity generated by renewables over normally a 15-year time horizon. The September 2024 auction for contracts for difference, which covered new supply equivalent to 8% of UK's current electricity generations, conclude with the state guaranteeing an inflation index price of 30% higher than current wholesale market price to a range of renewable energy suppliers for the next 15 years. These costs are passed on to energy customers. These costs are passed on to energy customers through higher prices. But as well as the direct subsidies needed to make intermittent sources of electricity profitable, these renewables increase other system-level costs that are paid by the consumers. There are three main sources of this. The first one, more need for transmission lines to connect generation to household and industry. Traditionally, power plants were located fairly close to major population centers. The highest wind speeds, however, available offshore in the northern Scotland and in the impact of the planning system, pushing wind farms to locate in more remote places. The result is the annual cost of transmission, maintenance, and installation has risen from 1.35 billion pounds in 08 to 09 to 4 billion pounds in 24-25. The UK's electricity system operator plans for 54 billion pounds of total transmission spending between now and 2030. Good luck with that. Citing the need to accommodate a large increase in offshore wind generation during this period. Number two is increasing grid balancing. Electricity supply must be matched to demand on a second-by-second basis as increasing fractions of the generation mix become weather-dependent and hence, to a degree, uncontrollable and unpredictable. The grid operator needs to spend more money on both paying generators to switch off than supply exceeds demand, but also emergency backup generation to come online when wind speeds drops. These balancing costs are estimated at £2.4 billion for 23-24 and are estimated by electricity system operator to rise to over $4 billion a year by the end of the decade. Yippee. Okay, number 3 is the cost of paying for backup capacity. This is especially important for periods of multi-week lulls in wind speeds, which can occur during periods of overcast weather that curtail solar generation as well. These periods require a fleet of dispatchable plants with total capacity approximately equal to peak demand, powered either by gas or in some envisioned net zero scenarios, hydrogen stored for years in underground salt caverns. Okay, that's a little psycho. Batteries may become viable for energy storage across a day or a few days, but seem unlikely to be able to provide for weeks-long lulls in wind and sunlight. Currently, the UK has 4.6 gigawatt hours of battery storage capacity, or about 0.3% of daily energy demand. Since these plants will, in optimistic net zero scenarios, operate relatively rarely, so be able to sufficiently recoup their costs through electricity sales alone, they will likely require ongoing subsidy. So far, we have committed over $3.6 billion to pay for a backup energy supply in 27-28. Based upon recent auction results, it is unclear if even this expenditure is sufficient enough to ensure security of supply given the planned partial reliance on electricity imports from Europe. The answer is no. The answer is a flat out no, it's not enough. Because you're projecting things based on today, and that's just not going to work. Once these system-level costs are accounted for, building a grid around wind and solar power is much more expensive than implied by the levelized cost of energy, or LCOE, estimates typically cited by government departments or the press, and along with the decommissioning of coal and gas-fired plants since the 2000s, explains why Britain's electricity costs have risen so much compared to other countries. None of this section is easy to say that the intermittent renewables are bad or pointless. None of this section is to say that the intermittent renewables are bad or pointless. Reducing carbon emissions is essential. The true cost of fossil fuels are higher than it appears because carbon emissions they create. They can improve efficiency by allowing electricity prices to reflect the actual cost of supplying electricity to a given premises, what is known as locational pricing, and the real-time value of electricity time of use pricing. Boy, more things they can rip you off with. In many parts of the world, the problems these power sources face are much less significant. For example, where there is much more constant sunshine across the year, solar is much less intermittent, and may turn out that building interconnectors between Britain and continental Europe and Africa means we can import that's stupid. You're importing food already. Now you want to import energy, and you're importing people. Why even bother to have a country? It may turn out that building interconnectors between continental Europe and Africa means that we can import solar electricity from these sunnier latitudes. A proposed interconnector between Portsmouth and France would add 2,000 megawatts or 16 terawatt hours a year. France already doesn't do things that they agreed upon, so I don't know why you keep doing stuff like that. To Britain, Okay, hang on. A proposed interconnector between Portsmouth and France would add 2,000 megawatts or 16 terawatt hours a year to Britain's electricity supply, enough to power 20 large data centers, 4 million new homes, and 1/7 of our road transport needs. If we switched entirely to electric vehicles, however, this project and others like it may be rejected by Ofgem, the energy regulator. Well, yeah, because then they can't make money, right? Or we may use technological or we or we may use technological breakthroughs, for example, an ultra dense battery storage or an atmospheric carbon capture that make some of our current problems irrelevant. But for now, the current consensus in favor of large increasing subsidies for intermittent renewables in Britain is a consensus in favor of high energy rising. Okay, give me a second. But we may make technological breakthroughs, for example, in ultra-dense battery storage, in atmospheric carbon capture, or in make some of our current problems irrelevant. Let me try that again. Or we make some technological breakthroughs, for example, in ultra-dense battery storage or in atmospheric carbon capture that make some of our current problems irrelevant. But for now, the current consensus in favor of large increase in subsidies for intermittent renewables in Britain is a consensus in favor of high and rising energy costs. In order to prosper again, Britain needs abundant, reliable, clean energy. Intermittent renewables may be able to give us this someday, but we cannot provide it yet. Thankfully, there's a technology that can. Nuclear power. It's called hydrogen. Well, not hydrogen, but you can also use hydrogen. But you'd have to, I don't know how much hydrogen you guys have. You'd probably have to import that from the U.S. Nuclear power. Nuclear power boards the biggest problems that solar and wind power face. It produces constant amounts of electricity across the day and year. This means that it can depend on it. This means we can depend on it. Its operation produces essentially zero carbon dioxide. It already provides 2/3 of France's electricity, and it is safer than almost any other source of electricity, even wind power. Britain, once a world leader in atomic power, it hasn't built a new reactor station in the last 28 years, during which period it has shuttered 8 reactors. There's my answer that I wanted earlier. And 8 more are set for the chop. And then you cut. That's just dumb. Nuclear power accounts for only 12.5% of our annual electricity output. Yeah, because you keep shutting it down. The cost of building a nuclear power by country: South Korea is the cheapest, United Kingdom is the most expensive, just edging out the United States was at 10.23 million British pounds per million there. So yeah, and the United States is at 10.23 British pounds per million there, whereas the United Kingdom's at 10.82 British pounds per million. So that's a lot. And South Korea knows what they're doing. Japan knows what they're doing. China knows what they're doing. India knows what they're doing. Apparently Turkey knows what they're doing. Dang, that's sad. Even Pakistan does a better job. So why don't you send all the Pakistanis home? The cost of building new reactors has become eye-watering high. Our nuclear power construction costs are second highest in the world, but this is not inevitable or inherent in the technology. Nuclear power was once cost competitive with coal. Unlike with intermittent power, however, these costs are not intrinsic to nuclear. In general, it is expensive to build reactors for the same extraneous reason that it is expensive to build railways and trams, And as with trams and trends, if we cannot make it cheaper to build nuclear reactors, we and as if with trams and trends we can make it cheaper to build nuclear reactors if we have a lot more of them. Well, yeah. And you can see a breakdown of the nuclear reactor construction. Then you had in the 60s, you had one in the 70s. Looked like you had 3 in the 80s, one in the 90s. And yeah, the Hinkley Point is, does that complete? I'll have to see if it says so. Okay, so it says Hinkley Point C and Sizewell C are opening dates and costs are estimates. So yeah, they're not even finished. Britain wasn't always this expensive for plants constructed before 1995. Britain averaged 4.79 million pounds per megawatt, about half of the estimate of costs for Hinkley Point C and Sizewell C. Even the most expensive reactors permissioned and commissioned under Margaret Thatcher and John Major's Sizewell B and Torrens were only 2/3 the price in real terms of the plants we are planning today. These plants have produced zero emissions power for decades and could continue to do so for decades more if they weren't being closed down. Well, that's the other problem. You're not considering the waste from the reactor rods. You have to store the waste rods somewhere. And so, yeah, people don't talk about that, but you have to store those when they're used up. And they're still radioactive, by the way. Document counts for new nuclear projects. Hinkley Point C is at 1,001. Sizewell C is at 4,378. The hell? Page counts for new nuclear projects too, and then it has count for environmental impact assessments, 31,401 for Hinkley Point C, and 44,260 for Sizewell C. And that's the graph on the right. The graph on the left was the number of planning documents. If I didn't say that earlier, I already forgot if I did. Which Hinkley C was 1,000 or 1,001, and Sizewell C was 4,378. One reason nuclear power is so expensive to build is beset by extreme delays. One reason nuclear power is so expensive to build is that it's beset by extreme delays and uncertainty caused by planning and environmental approval process. These arise even when deploying competitively safe, widely used designs that have been built in Britain before, from being proposed in a UK government white paper to the start of construction. Hinkley Point C took 10 years. By contrast, France and Finland have started building similar reactors in just 3 to 4. With the 44,260-page environmental impact study and 2,229 written questions for examination stage, Sizewell C, the next reactor after Hinkley Point C, faced enormous expense before a spade was even in the ground, which it still is not. I don't know what the heck. As the recent MHCLG policy paper, Getting Great Britain Building Again, pointed out, Sizewell C EIA is more than 30 times longer than the completed works of Shakespeare. Oh, damn. Nuclear power plant has also suffered from many problems that have inflated the cost of transport projects. Rather than setting up a pipeline of nuclear projects, we are designing and approving each one in isolation. There is no strong interest group in favor of reducing costs so trivial and reducing costs so trivial, objections like the problem of a few dozen fish being sucked into the reactor cooling system and killed led to further delays and expense. In this case, it was underwater megaphone that to scare the fish away. Spurious concerns about the trace amounts of background radiation, long debunked by the hundreds of nuclear reactors in operation worldwide, are treated with grave seriousness in each case rather than being immediately identified and dismissed as obstructionist pseudoscience. Although most of the developed world has suffered similar increases in the cost of building nuclear, although most of the developed world has suffered similar increases in the cost of building nuclear, although less extreme than Britain's, there are some notable exceptions. South Korea stands out among developed countries as building nuclear power stations that are reliable, safe, and cheap. Korea builds reactors domestically for about a sixth of the cost of Britain does. A key reason it can do that is builds nuclear plants and fleets for each design. KEPCO, South Korea's nuclear company, builds 8 to 12 reactors in a row, meaning it can benefit from economies of scale and learns by doing so. Similar benefits of learning by doing so. Repeated builds of similar designs have been observed in Chinese nuclear build-out. KEPCO is now building reactors for the UAE at less than half the cost of Hinkley Point C per unit of energy. It has been contracted to build in Chechnya for 2/3 the price of Hinkley. You're just getting played hardcore. The UK thus has one hard, potentially rewarding option for attempting to streamline nuclear reactor approvals and delivery, perhaps through opening up new pathways to small modular reactors or micro-reactors that avoid wasteful cost of our existing regulatory system. If successful, this would have dual benefits of enabling cheap, abundant, clean energy and the creation of a potential export industry that could offer cheap nuclear power to other developed countries. Well, considering you got your thumbs up your butt when it comes to this problem, I don't see that happening anytime soon. The faster and cheaper option would be to simply follow Chech's and call KEPCO, ask them how many nuclear reactors it could provide a similar or lower cost and how quickly they can get them going. That's a cheap way to do it. I'll give them that one. That's inventive. An energy superpower once again. Britain's rise to become the world's first industrial nation was predicated on its remarkably early exploitation of fossil fuels, especially coal. The age of coal is over, but in the 1950s and 60s, another era in the energy giant and industrial power seemed to be dawning. With the rise of nuclear power, a technology in which we led for decades, our failure to do this was cushioned by the discovery of North Sea oil. It can't cushion us anymore. Decentralization was not the inevitable result of economic process. To our 4,300 of annual manufacturing output per capita, the Americans produce 6,700. The Swedes. Why are you switching to dollars? You've been using pounds this whole entire time, and you're switching to dollars. This guy is something else. To our 4,300 of annual manufacturing output per capita, the Americans produce 6,700. The Swedes are 7,300, the Germans are 8,500, and the Swiss are 20,000. These are all advanced economies in which the biggest fraction of employment and output is services, but part of their higher productivity is that they have kept the energy costs well below ours and avoid the erosion of their industrial base that we have experienced. We can reverse this. Abundant clean energy is achievable with technology that already exists. What it is lacking is reliable pathway to allow it to get built. Fix that, and Britain could see itself become an industrial heavyweight for the second time in its history. Well, all you gotta do is, if you have mothball reactors just sitting there, you can get them back up online, and that would help big time. You'd drop energy prices by a rock. But, I don't think British Hitler would be on board with that. The prize. The fundamental thesis of this essay is that Britain can have rapid economic growth in the near future, swiftly catching up with the world's most prosperous countries. It can do this by one of the sources of its current sclerosis are easy to identify and straightforward in principle to fix. The problem is not too little investment by the state. It is that the state has prohibited most of the investments we need to make. The problem is not too little investment by the state. It is that the state has prohibited most of the investments we need to make. Well, it's prohibited, but it didn't ban it. And it's more or less, it's strangled it. It really hasn't stopped it altogether. The solution is to remove these obstacles to investment, mobility, and trade in a politically viable and durable way. We should not despair. Britain has been here before a century ago and triumphed. By the end of the 1920s, Britain was still reeling from the national capacity. Britain was still reeling from the national catastrophe of the First World War. Many damaging emergency measures that had been brought in during the war still lingered and was recovering from levels of inflation never seen before or since. The economic growth has slowed to a crawl. The housing sector was moribund thanks to a combination of rent controls imposed during the First World War, tight lending policy, and the effects of rapid inflation, which made the rent controls even more punitive in real terms. Stanley Baldwin's government abolished rent controls and removed mortgage regulation by 1932, causing a dramatic housing boom that provided foundations for British economic miracles of the 1930s. Millions of extra homes were built in just 6 years, the fastest period of building ever, probably adding several percentage points to GDP growth in a few years. The homes were concentrated in cities which Britain's key growth industries were based, giving those industries access to the workforce they needed to continue expanding. It may have been the greatest rapid expansion in a given economic sector in British history, and was key reason we didn't experience the Great Depression while Germany, the US, and France did. Well, you did something smart there. These homes were enabled by rapid infrastructure development, new roads such as the A3 Kingston bypass, enormous expansion of the bus network, and extensions of many of the major railways and tube networks, with the Piccadilly District and Northern lines sweeping out into suburban London. During this time, Britain built this national electricity grid in one of the most remarkable achievements of engineering and public works in modern history. In the space of 3 years, new Central Electricity Board devised a plan to connect more than 100 of the UK's most efficient power stations into 7 local grids across the country, and passed the legislation needed to enable the plan and began to work on it. It took just 5 years for the project to be completed in 1936, with 4,000 miles of cable running across 26,000 pylons around the country being built in this time. In 1937, a year after 7 local grids were finished, a group of impatient and rebellious engineers switched on the connectors between 7 grids areas themselves to form a single national system, deciding it was easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. They created a world-class grid that remains in operation today. The price of electricity collapsed, and the share of the population connected to electricity soared, rising faster than any other country on Earth. Britain went from being the laggard to a leader of electrification in just a few years. We believe Britain can enjoy a renewal once more. To do so, we need simply to remove the barriers that stop the private sector from doing what it already wants to do. Build homes, bridges, tunnels, roads, trams, railways, nuclear power plants, grid connections, prisons, aqueducts, reservoirs, and more, and viaducts, which I said wrong in the other section. The immediate effect would be large increases in employment in construction, energy, real estate, plumbing, factories, steelwork, cement production, surveying, architecture, design, and more. It would mean large inflows of capital to invest in these newly available opportunities. There's a massive pent-up demand for new housing, more energy supply, more better transport links, and more childcare provision as shown by the high prices. Since the price is a signal wrapped in incentive making it easier to build and supply, these things would not require top-down direction or government spending. In the short term effect then would be a surge in economic activity as these investments were made, but the real benefits come when those investments begin to pay off. The medium-term effect would be dramatically increased productivity growth in the UK given by agglomeration. It would mean more people accessing higher quality jobs, allowing productive companies to hire more people and scale up and to operate cheaply thanks to cheaper commercial premises and lab spaces and cheaper energy. Let me reread that again. It would mean more people accessing higher quality jobs, allowing productive companies to hire more people and scale up and to operate cheaply thanks to cheaper commercial premises and lab space and cheaper energy services and cheaper energy. I screwed that up. Let me restart the paragraph. The midterm effect would be to dramatically increase productivity growth in the UK driven by agglomeration. It would mean more people accessing higher quality jobs, allowing productive companies to hire more people and scale up, and to operate cheaply thanks to cheaper commercial premises and lab space and cheaper energy. Services companies would expand rapidly and new companies would be set up. The cheaper energy would rejuvenate many of the traditional industries of the north of England, including manufacturing. In the long run, cheaper housing in particular would have a range of knock-on effects. Cheaper housing means more affordable childcare and bedrooms, and less of a trade-off between having children and staying in the city to be close to friends and a job. All of these will help families to afford more children if they want them, making it easier to bear the cost of aging population. More agglomeration also means more innovation. A larger labor pool gives innovative firms more opportunities about whom to hire and more similar companies with which to partner to come up with new ideas, allowing the science-based industries around Oxford and Cambridge to grow as freely as their competitors in places like Silicon Valley and Boston can allow a virtuous cycle where more and more innovative companies Let me start the sentence. Allowing the science-based industries around Oxford and Cambridge to grow as freely as their competitors in places like Silicon Valley and Boston can allow a virtuous cycle where more and more innovative companies start up or locate in these cities, creating greater and greater returns to similar firms coming there too, and more scope for productive collaboration between them. Fundamentally making building possible would unlock the promise of the British economy. All ideas, entrepreneurs, researchers, and skilled workers we have are being held back from being as productive as they could be, and the aggregate cost is that the country is much poorer than it should be. If we address this, Britain could be once again among the richest of nations. In its turn, affluence would, if wisely used, would begin to solve many of Britain's other problems. Public services could be given more generously funded, facilitating reforms to make them more efficient. Aided by planning reforms, we could build new and better resource hospitals, yielding shorter wait lists and better patient outcomes. We could adopt the generous family policies of places like France and South Tyrol, to allow younger couples to have children sooner if they wish to, widening the choices available to British people while helping to secure their long-term future. Elderly Britons could receive the finest care in the world, delivering through immigration only if we wish, and not as a substitute for adequate funding. Britain could have a new generation of schools like the great board schools that rose over the cities of the 19th century. We could expand our prison, police, and prosecution services, becoming again virtually crime-free society that our grandparents knew, such as Japan remains today. We could have the finest armed forces in Europe playing again a decisive role in defending the long-governed world order that Britain did so much to bring into being. Well, not if you keep importing the trash from the third world. You import the third world, you win third world prizes. We begin this essay by saying that unlocking prosperity can reinforce what is best in Britain's social settlement. The parallel to the 1930s should remind us of this. Across the world, the economic collapse of the 1930s brought social malaise and political destabilization. Britain's success and prosperity averted these and left it to face crisis and war in the position of strength, unity, and confidence. The international situation today is not so grave as it was then, but the future is always perilous, and it is vital that Britain should once more have the strength, the self-belief of 1939 with which to play its part in the leadership of the free world. Does this guy want to get you to war or what? The final paragraph is the good news is that the hardest things to create are ours already. No government legislation into being, a respect for the rule of law, appellate for scientific discovery and entrepreneurship, or tolerance for eccentricity and debate. Eccentricity. I'm going to reread it. No government can legislate into being the respect for rule of law, appellate for scientific discovery and entrepreneurship, or tolerance of eccentricity and debate. Such a culture takes centuries to build. It is the most precious inheritance that we have received from the generations that went before us. By comparison, what we must do is surprisingly simple. Get Britain building by removing barriers and lowering costs. If we can establish these foundations, growth and dynamicism will follow. We have done this before, we can do it again. And that's the end of the whole entire thing there. And you can see the 6 slices, and here let me highlight the, you can see the PDF source for Lessons of the Coal Age from Anton Howells. Please take a moment to look at the screen. This is a chapter break. You will see where else to find my work in case my work is modified by YouTube. Like, for example, music gets muted, things like that. Things are restricted, or they're not restricted on another platform. Now that we've reached the end of this research paper, yeah, I've called it an essay like the authors did before and things like that, but it's really not. It's a research paper. But what did it prove that I don't think it intended to prove? First off, as you scroll up here, you will, we can just go right through the visual side of the data here. We'll start, let's go all the way up, let's see. Where do we want to go here? You can see how the growth in the 80s was awesome. It was awesome. The growth for the UK was great in the 80s. But they didn't have to deal with the mass immigration you do now. You take away the mass immigration, you deport the people that should not be in the country, and you can return to that level of economic growth. But here's the thing. the downward spiral that the UK is in, it's being intentional. It's intentionally being done. You can look at the graph here, this one that I went over earlier, where productivity would be higher, 25% higher today had growth continued at the 1970 to 2008 trend. Well, that's not true, because see, the thing is it purposely starts to dip right when the mass immigration really starts to kick in, and it continues on kind of a downward trajectory. It's not steep. It's not steep in that chart there. It's not steep at all. So keep that in mind. It's not steep at all. And then, we continue on. You talk about the size of the city, how big the city should be when you consider the London is almost unchanged compared to the way Paris is. That's what the next section proves when they start talking about France. And then, we continue on to the per capita output, and you see how that had changed. I mean, you're dropping below South Korea, and that shouldn't be happening. And investment, you can see investments, slumping off. Things were actually good in the 80s, and at the end of the 80s, towards the 90s, it was going up. And it just starts to drop back down because, Blair got into office in 97, but, the downward trend is technically still there. And then you've got the issues with the roads and the trams, the railways, the housing. And then since all the housing is being given to the migrants, now here's another thing. When we look at the cartogram, where is all the resources being shoved into on the cartogram? The resources are being shoved into basically London. Look at that. The graph tells you this. It literally tells you this in a color-coded way. It's kind of ridiculous. And, you get the prices of residential properties, and you see how, London is really high compared to other parts of the country. But other parts of the country are still insanely high compared to the industrial and agricultural properties. And we know why that's happening, because they want to keep the agricultural cheap so they can buy it up and then turn it into cheap apartments and things like that. I went over that before. All the data keeps pointing. You have the housing shortage in England and Wales, and then you have the prices, and look at the prices, how it's concentrated heavily in the London area, and it just spirals out like a disease, like a festering disease. I mean, it's all leading to one thing. It's being intentionally done. I mean, you look at the turnpike railroad systems from 1750 and 1830. 1830 actually looks very nice. It looks like they're expanding to the rest of the country. But it's like, where's the centralization still? The centralization still is in the south of the country towards London. I mean, everything's more dense there. But in that 1830s map, the West is actually given some love there. But as you go down to the railroad chart, 1836 was nothing, and 1901 is actually really nice. The country's getting a lot of equal love there. But like, as things progressed after the Second World War, it's like all the resources are being sucked and drained into London. They want to tell you who to vote for, what to believe, and all this stuff. And if you look at the travel to work in England and Wales, you can see where the more densely populated stuff is. I mean, yeah, you've got stuff in the north. You've got stuff. Where was it? I'd have to actually open this back up again. But you have stuff in Nottingham. You have stuff in Leeds. But Leeds is actually not doing as well as it could be because it doesn't have a system that was approved by John Major. right after Margaret Thatcher was pushed out of office because they didn't like her Eurosceptic viewpoints, and she should have kept that. But if you notice on the travel to work thing, the concentration is London. It's like a big giant black hole. They're trying to tell you what you should do, what you should vote for, how you should live. You should take the migrants, even though they're taking away your livelihood. And that's what this research paper proves. So, keep that in mind. And then with the electricity costs, they want to keep you poor, and they're shutting down the nuclear power plants on purpose. I mean, you can see the graphs, you can see everything, and you can see you're not even competing with Germany. You're not competing with France on the energy per use. You're not even close to the United States. So think about that. I mean, you should really go over it and think for yourself as to what the heck is going on if you really don't know, because this is crazy. And then you've got the energy intensive manufacturing challenges, but that's kind of mad because you've pushed out manufacturing in order to input cheaper stuff, and it's lower quality too. And you shouldn't be doing that. And as you keep going on, it shows the industrial electricity prices are almost 50% higher than everybody else. And it's 118% higher than the USA. Keep that in mind. I'm kind of glossing over everything here at the end, because I want you to look at this. I want you to think about this and look at your British nuclear construction. You did, from the 1960s to 1995, you guys were doing all sorts of stuff. But in, 2000 to 2030, you might get one nuclear power plant built. Give me a break. You guys need to just stop listening to the political class people and start thinking for yourself. This is ridiculous. I mean, they're screwing you over on assessments to make it look like they're actually doing something when they're not. I mean, you can't deny the data that's actually presented in this very document, even though, the conclusion is they basically assume that people want to do the right thing, and they're just, not doing the right thing. They're just making mistakes. They're not making mistakes. They're doing it intentionally to harm you. So think about that. Well, if you like this video, please give it a like, because this took me a while to do. And I don't even care about subscribe. Just give me a like. Just say, hey, I like this video. Give me a damn like. Because this video took me a long time to do. I started this at the beginning of March. And I learned a lot on how to actually do videos. I didn't know crap about it doing videos. I've only been doing it for a couple months. So I've learned the hard way how to do this stuff. And I really hope this helps some British people out there to wake up to the problem your country is facing. And thank you for watching, and have yourself a wonderful day. Again, thank you for watching. Please consider watching another video. Like and share so the videos get traction, and I appreciate it, and have yourself a wonderful day.